Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. He couldn't take them out at all. However, if senior brother Zhen was the one who set it up, it would be embarrassing for him. When senior brother Zhen set up the array and waved the array flag, a layer of faint cloud appeared at the entrance of the cave, covering the entire cave. Alright, it's done. Senior brother Zhen rolled up the array flag and handed it to Cui Hongshan. He said with a smile, "This cloud array is the best for concealing our whereabouts. Captain Cui, as the leader of the team, please take this array flag." "Hee, it's not necessary." Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Senior brother Zhen, didn't you say it was good? The 10 of us are a team. What's the difference if you take it or I take it?" "All right. I'll take it first. I'll follow Captain's instructions." Senior brother Zhen didn't stand on ceremony. He withdrew his hand and put the array flag into his sleeve. Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone and cupped his hands. "I'll introduce myself first. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley. My name is Cui Hongshan. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for nearly 20 years. I'll have to trouble all of you to support me in the future." Then, the short senior brother Zhen also introduced himself. "My name is Zhen Minghui. I'm a disciple of Chiu Moling. To tell you the truth, I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for 30 years and haven't broken through. I was only sent out for the sword cultivator battle this time." A fair-skinned, tall, and rather handsome disciple also introduced himself. "I'm Su Qing. I'm a disciple of the Lightning Thunder Hall. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for almost 30 years. I'm the same as senior brother Zhen. Alas, I had no choice but to face the tribulation this time. I'm Chiu Su." A low, muffled voice sounded. It was the cultivator with the dark skin of a farmer. "I'm a disciple of the Technique Imparting Pavilion. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for less than 10 years. I was unlucky this time. When the Technique Imparting Pavilion drew lots, I was unfortunately drawn and had no choice but to participate in the battle. It's my honor to be assigned to the first team with all of you." Next was naturally Xiao Hua's turn. Xiao Hua's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "I'm Xiao Hua. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for 30 years. "Oh, the Myriad Thunder Valley? You're Captain Cui's fellow disciple?" Zhen Minghui nodded and smiled. "Junior brother Xiao should learn from your senior brother Cui. After this battle, you'll definitely be able to catch up to him." If it was any other day, Xiao Hua would have sneered and directly said that he had nothing to do with Cui Hongshan. But thinking about what Jin Yun said earlier, Xiao Hua restrained himself and didn't say a word in the end. On the other hand, the 3 female cultivators from Converging Thunder Palace were whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. "I'm Zhen Hua, a disciple of the 100 Refinements Hall. I've been in the 12th layer of Qi refinement for 6 years. I've been unable to reach the Foundation establishment stage for a long time, so I was sent to participate in the battle. I hope I can take a peek at the Foundation establishment stage as soon as possible and be on the same level as all of you martial uncles." A thin and weak disciple introduced himself in a soft voice. "I'm Baisu Gu, also a disciple of the 100 Refinements Hall. Like senior brother Zhen, I've been in the 12th layer of Qi refinement for 5 years." The last Qi refinement male disciple introduced himself. "Alright, senior brothers have finished introducing themselves. It's my Converging Thunder Palace's turn." Dui Qimeng whispered a few words and smiled. "I'm Dui Qimeng, I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for more than 20 years. This time, I was also drawn and had no choice but to participate in the battle. I hope all of you will support me." Chapter 2243. My name is Bright Eyes. Behind Dui Qimeng, a female cultivator with big eyes and incomparably fair skin said arrogantly, "This concubine has also just reached Foundation establishment less than 10 years ago. Just like senior sister Dui, they were unlucky and had no choice but to participate in the battle. That disciple is Dui Ling. I've cultivated to the 12th level of the aura refining realm for quite a few years, but I've never built my foundation. Therefore, I also came here to participate in the battle. The female cultivator was actually a bit shy. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Xiao Hua. Oh my, this female cultivator is actually Dui Ling. Xiao Hua saw Dui Ling's gaze. Previously, he did not understand, but now that he heard Dui Ling's explanation, he suddenly understood. Xiao Hua had seen Dui Ling twice. The first time was when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Dui Ling was only a few years old then. The second time they met was when Xiao Hua returned from the Feather Immortal Conference. Dui Ling was already 18 or 19 years old and was already different from when he was a child. Xiao Hua only felt that he looked vaguely familiar, but couldn't recognize him. This was the third time, and Dui Ling was even more different from his 18 or 19-year-old immature self. He was even more mellow, and there was even a hint of shyness in his expression. It was unlike the vigor he had when he competed with Fairy Hong Xia the second time. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua couldn't recall it. Seeing Xiao Hua's enlightened gaze, Dui Ling's face actually flushed red. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the ground. All right. Since all the senior brothers and junior brothers have finished their introductions, we can rest for a while and get to know each other. I'll take a look at the mission jade slip given by senior brother Zhen and think about how to go to Chicken Crow Mountain. Cui Hongshan nodded with a smile, and then said to Zhen Minghui, Senior brother Zhen, please come over here. Can you look at the jade slip with me? I might have some questions to discuss with you. Oh. Zhen Minghui was obviously a little surprised, but then a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Captain Cui, I'm happy to help you. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui sat down cross-legged. They took out a jade slip and discussed in a low voice. Xiao Hua was bored and saw Dui Qimeng waving at him, so he could only walk over and bow. Little brother greets senior sister Dui. Hee, you're not calling me senior Dui anymore? Dui Qimeng covered her mouth and giggled. Of course, little brother is also a foundation establishment cultivator now, so of course I have to call you senior sister. Xiao Hua answered without the slightest hesitation. Hee, this is that Xiao Hua who doesn't call senior brother Cui but calls him senior brother? Ming Mao blinked her big eyes, looking Xiao Hua up and down, and said, he looks very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. He's only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Martial Ant bright eyes. Dui Ling said softly, Martial Ant Xiao was the champion of the Feather Immortal Assembly back then. Not only did he steal the treasures of the Great Assembly, he even stole the hearts of the female cultivators of the Huanhua sect. Ah. There was such a thing? Tell me quickly. Ming Mao's interest was piqued. She tugged on Xiao Hua's Daoist robe and said, didn't I say that such an impudent person must have a story? The champion of the Feather Immortal Gathering. My goodness, I haven't seen him before. I didn't expect to see him standing in front of me today. Also, your looks are really ordinary. How did you steal the hearts of the female cultivators of the Huanhua sect? Is that female cultivator very ugly? Huanhua sect's Hong Xia fairy. Senior brother bright eyes, you haven't heard of her? Dui Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy as he reminded her in a low voice. Ah. Hong Xia fairy? The one who is equally famous as Huanhua sect's Yunjichong. Oh, they can't be considered equally famous. Hong Xia fairy is already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. It seems like she should have already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. She's as beautiful as a fairy, and her age seems to be about the same as mine. Ming Mao was really shocked this time. However, besides being shocked, the curiosity in her eyes grew even stronger. She didn't let go of Xiao Hua's sleeve at all and shouted, Quick, junior brother Xiao, how did you hook up with Wuxia Fairy? Quickly tell senior sister. What do you mean by hook up? Xiao Hua said coldly, besides, am I very familiar with you? Why should I tell you? You. Ming Mao didn't expect Xiao Hua to give her the cold shoulder. Her face was very awkward. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to reply. Dui Chi Meng covered her mouth and pulled Ming Mao's arm, taking her hand from Xiao Hua's Daoist robe without a trace. She smiled and said, Ming Mao, didn't senior sister tell you before? Xiao Hua has a very bad temper. If you don't agree with him, he'll turn hostile. Not to mention that you're a female cultivator from converted Thunder Palace. Even if you were a disciple of Earth Thunder Palace, he wouldn't spare you a glance. If he wasn't this cold and arrogant, how could he have obtained Wuxia Fairy's heart? You don't need to ask to know this reason, right? That's right. Junior sister has really learned. Ming Mao smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly. However, she still snuck a glance at Xiao Hua somewhat unwillingly. Some women seem to be like this. The more you gave them face, the more they felt you didn't have any backbone. However, if you gave them face, the more they felt you had character. Especially someone like Xiao Hua who could actually fight with their own senior brother. In their eyes, he was all the more unyielding. A rarely seen unyielding character. How could Xiao Hua have the time to talk to them about this? Xiao Hua had already learned from Jin Yun that the grudges between the various sects were forbidden during the war. However, the problem was that his enemy wasn't just anyone, but a nascent soul cultivator. Yes, just as Jin Yun said, if Daoist Jing Ru attacked him, he could send a message to Jin Yun and have Jin Yun report it to Sky Patrol City's discussion hall to be dealt with. The whole process seemed to be very reasonable, but would Daoist Jing Ru allow him to send a message? Even if Xiao Hua sent a message, would Jin Yun or the discussion hall dare to interfere? To offend a nascent soul cultivator for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even Master Qian Lei of the Imperial Thunder sect would have to think twice before acting. Not to mention the discussion hall. Since the discussion hall couldn't protect him, then Xiao Hua would have to think of a way himself. In fact, the best way was for Xiao Hua to play dead. Just walk away. Next was to change his appearance. With the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique in addition to the appearance-changing technique that he had already memorized, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Xiao Hua had absolute confidence in hiding from Daoist Jing Ru's gaze. Should I leave? How should I leave? This was a question that Xiao Hua was constantly thinking about. Junior brothers. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, Cui Hongshan smiled and clapped his hands. How's everyone getting to know each other? In the next several years, or even more than 10 years, the 10 of us will be together day and night. Everyone must share weal and woe and support each other. This way, our first team will be able to endure the baptism of war and return to the Imperial Thunder sect with a brand new appearance. TSK only a ghost would believe that. Xiao Hua snorted disdainfully and coldly thought, this young master will find a chance to run. Don't die in the hands of our own people instead of being killed by the sword cultivators. We've already chatted for a while and are somewhat familiar with each other, but it's still too early to share weal and woe like Captain said. The war has just begun, so there's plenty of time for us to familiarize ourselves with each other. Dui Chimeng hastily nodded and said, right now, we'd better hurry to Chicken Crow Mountain. It's better to finish this first mission as soon as possible. Cui Hongshan was very happy. He glanced at Jin Minghui and said, just now, this Cui discussed with senior brother Minghui and felt that since Chicken Crow Mountain sent out the message, although it didn't mention whether or not they were attacked by sword cultivators, there's a chance that they might be attacked. Therefore, we can't directly go over. It's best if we reach the vicinity of Chicken Crow Mountain and gradually approach it. Don't rush in all of a sudden, or we might fall into a sword cultivator's ambush. That's right, Captain Cui is right. Ming Mao clapped and smiled. With Captain Cui's command, we can sit back and relax. As she spoke, she glanced at Dui Chimeng teasingly. Dui Chimeng rolled her eyes at her, some shyness in her eyes. What are you waiting for? Cui Hongshan was still worried and asked Su Qing and the others. We'll listen to Captain Cui's instructions. Everyone nodded without any doubt, but at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Do as you wish. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked up. Wasn't that Xiao Hua who had an indifferent expression? In any case, he would find an opportunity to slip away, so he did as he wished. You. Cui Hongshan regretted asking such an indifferent question. Dui Chimeng hurriedly asked, since Captain Cui has already made a decision, we should hurry and leave. Even if we're late, it won't be good. All right. Cui Hongshan gritted his teeth and nodded. Before I leave, this Cui still has something to say. Then, he pointed at Jin Minghui and said, Senior brother Minghui's cultivation and experience are much higher than this Cui's. Unfortunately, this Cui received senior brother Jin Yun's request and took the captain's token. In the future, this Cui still has many things to consult senior brother Minghui. Therefore, this Cui would like to invite senior brother Minghui to be the vice captain of small team 1. What do you all think? When Jin Minghui heard this, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He immediately waved his hand and said, Captain Cui, this is inappropriate. Since this Zhen is a member of Small Team 1, I naturally have to contribute to Small Team 1. Even if there are any dangerous missions, this Zhen will definitely go. This vice captain position should be left to someone more knowledgeable. Senior brother Minghui, since Captain Cui has said so, this concubine has no objections. If senior brother Minghui can't find a better candidate, then vice captain Zhen should reluctantly accept this position. Dui Chimeng hurriedly gave Ming Mao and Dui Ling a look and said hurriedly. That's right, that's right. We have no objections. How could Ming Mao and the others not know? They hurriedly clapped their hands and said, if you don't believe me, ask them. Zhen Minghui's cultivation was the highest in Thunder-Shaking Palace, so how could the others have any objections? Words such as, very good, were not spared. Only Xiao Hua's, as you wish, was a bit abrupt. Will you die if you don't speak? Cui Hongshan gritted his teeth again. Sure enough, Jin Minghui pointed at Xiao Hua and said, although junior brother Xiao has just entered Foundation establishment, he still has some fame. Moreover, he and Captain Cui are fellow disciples of the same sect. No matter what, he can cooperate with Captain Cui in all aspects. This Jin feels that it is better for junior brother Xiao to be the vice captain. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2244. Tisk. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said with disdain, why are you pulling me over for no reason? You can be my captain if you want, I'm not interested. Xiao Hua, the vice sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, was disdainful, so why would he care about this vice captain? However, his words were not very sensible at this time. Do you see? Senior brother Minghui, I have a headache. At this time, Cui Hongshan actually let go and pointed at Xiao Hua and said, he doesn't treat little brother as a senior brother at all. Do you think he can cooperate with little brother? For the sake of our team's 10 lives, senior brother Minghui should agree. All right. Zhen Minghui's eyes flashed with a smile and said with some difficulty, since that's the case, I can only reluctantly agree. Good. Junior brothers, since senior brother Minghui has agreed to be my first team's vice captain, then his words are my words. When I'm not here, we must follow senior brother Minghui's lead. Cui Hongshan said while clapping his hands. We understand. Dui Chimeng and the others all agreed. Only Xiao Hua looked unhappily at the cave entrance covered by the light fog without any expression on his face. However, Xiao Hua's heart was somewhat bewildered. What is Cui Hongshan doing? He made Jin Minghui the vice captain, isn't that a threat to him? If this guy suddenly attacks Cui Hongshan, then only Jin Minghui can be the captain. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I really don't know what this cultivator family's pig head is thinking. Xiao Hua was still thinking too much. Perhaps he didn't know that the captain's token in Cui Hongshan's hand was like a magic tool that needed blood to recognize its master. Without Cui Hongshan's activation, even if he died, others wouldn't be able to open it. Cui Hongshan could casually record things inside without others knowing. After the battle, the Imperial Thunder sect could only use a secret technique to take back the token. If Zhen Minghui really did the evil thing that Xiao Hua thought of, how could the Imperial Thunder sect not know? After Zhen Minghui removed the formation flag and put away the formation plate, everyone flew out of the cave. Cui Hongshan instructed, "Senior Marshal Brother Minghui, let's do as we discussed just now. The range of your divine sense is large, so you'll lead the way. Later on, you'll follow Su Qing and Qiu Su in turn. The distance between the three of you will be maintained at least 1,000 feet. The two aura refining disciples and the female cultivator from the Thunder Conversion Palace will be in the middle, and Xiao Hua will bring up the rear. This Cui has some matters to discuss with Xiao Hua, so I will accompany him for the time being." "Yes, Captain Cui." Everyone nodded. Without hesitation, Zhen Minghui took the lead and flew up, releasing his spiritual will. Su Qing and Qiu Su followed closely behind, following Cui Hongshan's instructions. Once Dui Qimeng and the rest were more than 300 meters away, Cui Hongshan looked up and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, come with me. I have something to tell you." "Oh? What's there to say?" Xiao Hua urged his magic power and slowly flew away. His speed was even slower than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Cui Hongshan's eyes flickered a few times, and he clenched his teeth, but he still endured it. After flying straight for an hour, he said, "Xiao Hua, this Cui knows you have a problem with this Cui. You don't see this Cui as a senior martial brother. To tell you the truth, this Cui is the same as you. I don't see you as a junior martial brother. If that's the case, what else is there to say?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Cui doesn't see you as a junior martial brother, but eldest senior martial brother sees you as a treasure. Moreover, Master and Master's wife also told this Cui to protect you." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "If it weren't for them, this Cui would definitely pretend not to know you. But since they said so, and this Cui also made a guarantee in front of them, this Cui can't not rely on my own strength to protect you." "You? What ability do you have to protect this Xiao?" Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. "This Cui doesn't have any ability, so ever since I boarded the Thunder boat, I have been looking for an opportunity." Cui Hongshan suppressed his anger and said, "Do you think this position of captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was obtained by this Cui out of thin air? Do you think Zhen Yun will give this opportunity to this Cui out of thin air? This Cui used spirit stones and medicinal pills to exchange for this. Humph, that's what you want. It seems to have nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiao Hua didn't accept his kindness. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow Daoist Cui seems to want to protect the female cultivators of the converted Thunder Palace, right?" "Whatever you say." Cui Hongshan said indifferently, "This Cui doesn't care what you think. In any case, this Cui will make it clear to you now. This Cui has the captain's token, so this Cui can take the position of captain. Before we reach Chicken Crow Mountain, you should find a chance to fly away early. This Cui will tell the others that this Cui received a message from the Imperial Thunder Sect to send you elsewhere. You should find a safe place and hide well. After the battle is over, contact this Cui again. If this Cui still has a breath of life, you can return to my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team." "Huh? If this Xiao leaves like this, the other disciples of the converted Thunder Palace won't know? In the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, there isn't any punishment?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "The punishment for escaping the battle in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms is one word, death. There is no other choice." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "However, this Cui already said just now that this Cui is the captain of the first team. Sending you out on a mission is normal. As long as this Chui is alive, no one will investigate you. If this Chui unfortunately falls, then, this Chui also won't be able to protect you. And, if you feel that leaving now is too early and too hurried will arouse the suspicion of others, then you can leave at any time. When you leave, you only need to send a message to this Chui. This Chui can also give an explanation to others and pave the way for your return after the battle. All right. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Chui Hongshan urged his magic power and immediately flew forward. This Chui has said everything that needs to be said. You decide what to do. Hee hee, Xiao Hua laughed softly and said, since fellow Daoist Chui is so benevolent and righteous, why wouldn't this Xiao be happy? Farewell. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards a snow-covered foothill on his right. Huff, seeing that Xiao Hua really did escape, Chui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his face relaxed. His figure didn't stop and was about to fly forward. Although Xiao Hua flew away, he had already released his Buddhist sense and clearly saw Chui Hongshan's expression. This guy really wants to let this young master go? Xiao Hua was astonished. Could it be that he didn't want to set a trap for this young master? At this time, if he called someone else back, this young master can't escape the crime of desertion. Or maybe this guy will wait until this young master is far away and see Jin Yun to falsely accuse this young master. How can this young master let him have his way? Besides, this guy is nothing more than the nephew of a cultivator family. He can participate in the sword cultivator battle with a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. This young master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't dare to participate in the battle? If this young master leaves now, not only will I lose face as a loose cultivator, I won't be able to raise my head in front of this guy in the future. Even if I'm a golden core or nascent soul cultivator, if this guy mentions this matter, this young master will still owe him a favor. Maybe it will even become a heart demon. From the beginning, everything this young master has done against him will also turn into flowing water. Damn it, isn't it just this old thief Jingnian? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of a sinister smile, and he thought proudly, I want to see how you will kill this young master in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and the disciples of the Three Kingdoms' disciples. As long as you can't kill me in front of everyone, I have the confidence to escape from your hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure paused, and he immediately flew back. Oh. What? Do you still have something to say? Chui Hongshan was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xiao Hua's tone was still cold. You let this young master leave now, and then you immediately tell everyone about this young master's desertion. Can this young master's evidence still be cleared? Can this young master still escape the pursuit of the Three Kingdoms' disciples? This young master won't fall for your trick. You. Am I that kind of person? Chui Hongshan angrily scolded, if you want to leave, then leave right now. If I want to kill you, would I still need to be so despicable? I'll just directly smash you to death with a lightning pearl. And, let's do it openly. Xiao Hua ignored him and said, using underhanded methods is what you're best at. Isn't this how you obtained the position of captain of the first squad? You. Chui Hongshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, you, a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. After waiting for a moment, Chui Hongshan seemed to have lost his vitality. His face was somewhat gloomy as he said, Xiao Hua, I don't know where you ran off to in this half a year, but this Chui obtained a lot of information about the war. To be honest, we foundation establishment cultivators have died more than aura refining cultivators. Moreover, aura refining cultivators only need to build their foundation to be able to escape from the war. We foundation establishment early stage disciples are far from that lucky. The cruelty of this war is far from what you can imagine. To be honest, it's already not bad if one or two of my first squad can return alive. Alas, whatever should be said, this Chui has already said. This Chui's words have always been valid in the war. You can leave at any time. Finished speaking, Cui Hongshan no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua and flew forward. This young master wants to ask you something. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, my Imperial Thunder Sect Master Qian Lazy, or the 8 Great Thunder Palace's Palace Masters, when will they participate in the war? They? Cui Hongshan sneered, you're still relying on the sect master to take care of you? Don't dream. If he wanted to, would you be sent out? Fellow Daoist Cui, you just need to answer this Zhao's question. Xiao Hua didn't answer him. They are nascent soul seniors. They will only appear in the second or even third phase of the war. Cui Hongshan said coldly, when they come out, it will already be more than 10 years later. At that time, you will have already turned into flying ash. Hee hee. Even if you turn into flying ash, I absolutely won't. When Xiao Hua heard that Daoist calm consideration would only come to the battlefield 10 years later, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he was given 10 years, he really wouldn't be afraid of a nascent soul cultivator. He waved his hand and said, quick, let's fly on our swords and see if we can escape from these cultivators. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, send a message on your flying sword as well. See which senior martial brother is closer and come to help. Yes, Junior Marshal Brother understands. Junior Marshal Brother Lu didn't dare to say anything else. He opened his mouth and spat out an inch-long sword. It circled in the air and flew straight ahead. The swordsmen had only flown for half a meal's time before they were surrounded by several groups of patrolling cultivators. Based on their numbers and power, they were similar to the sword cultivators. Don't think of leaving. The first few mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to arrive shouted angrily, you ambushed our Dao sect's disciples in our country of Lian, and you think you can leave so peacefully? We'll leave your heads behind. With that, the Foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands. Their respective Dharma artifacts flew into the air, emitting different colors of light, and smashed towards the swordsmen. The Qi refinement cultivators who followed the Foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands as well. All kinds of yellow talismans and Dharma artifacts flew out from their storage bags and attacked the swordsmen from all directions. Ha ha ha. Such attack power is really too weak. I'll show you what a sword cultivator is. With that, the sword cultivators didn't hesitate. The flying swords under their feet flew out like horses. Sword light flashed as they met the swordsmen. Poochie, poochie. All the yellow talismans were no match for the flying swords. They were all broken. A few low-level Dharma artifacts were also no match for the flying swords. They were either pierced or sent flying. Flying swords were indeed not something that Dharma artifacts could match. Humph. What sword cultivator? You're just using your primordial spirit to control your sword. What's the difference between you and us? The mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead had already taken out his pagoda-shaped Dharma artifact. After preparing a spell, he pointed his finger and the pagoda pressed down like a huge rock. Then I'll let you know what a sword cultivator is. A trace of disdain appeared on Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's face. He formed a spell with his hand and the flying sword transformed into a shooting star. With a long tail, it rushed towards the pagoda. The pagoda was clearly an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It trembled rapidly in midair. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi madly rushed into it. Rays of light that looked like little Xiaohua's buds condensed around the pagoda. Waves of Dharma energy surged, and wave after wave of Dharma energy rushed towards the swordsman from the pagoda. Although the swordsman saw that his flying sword had broken through the range of the pagoda's Dharma energy and rushed to the bottom of the pagoda, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that although sword cultivators were known for their attack power, they only had an advantage against cultivators of the same level. If they were to fight against cultivators of the same level who had powerful Dharma artifacts, or cultivators of a higher level, they really wouldn't have any advantage. The shooting star was also abnormally powerful. Not only was the tail of the sword flashing with light, but the tip of the sword was also vibrating as if it wanted to pierce through the void. This vibration was also disturbed by the fluctuations of the pagoda. A series of rumbling sounds faintly sounded in the space between the shooting star and the pagoda. The flying sword and the Dharma artifact hadn't even come into contact, but they were already fighting. Fall, the Foundation establishment cultivator narrowed his eyes and shook his hand. The shadow of a pagoda appeared from the bottom and fell rapidly. Break, the swordsman sneered. His fingertips moved slightly, and the tip of the shooting star also moved. A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the shadow of the pagoda. When he was the size of a cultivator, he began to chant an inexplicable incantation. The weapon cultivator's body began to emit a bronze light. As the light spread out, the weapon cultivator's body began to change. A weapon that looked like a dagger axe appeared in midair. However, this dagger axe had the shape of a human. At the tip of the dagger axe, a pair of eyes could be faintly seen. Whoosh, the weapon cultivator that had turned into a weapon swayed. Like a fish swimming in water, it quickly pierced towards the Foundation establishment cultivator. On the dagger axe, an endless murderous intent was emitted. It was as if the Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't escape even if he flew into the sky. What a pain! The Foundation establishment cultivator cried out in his heart. He understood that the weapon cultivators of the Huan country were the strangest. They used their own flesh and blood to nourish the weapon. Not only did they have the toughness of a weapon, they also had the alertness and divine sense of a person. Their cultivation was so profound that they almost had the power of a spiritual weapon. It wouldn't be easy for him to win with this pagoda. However, the Foundation establishment cultivator scanned with his divine sense. The sword cultivator that he had just defeated was already guarding behind him. Even if he wanted to escape, he had no way out. Let's fight. The Foundation establishment cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the pagoda. Wang, wang, with a sorrowful cry, the bronze color of the pagoda was smeared with a layer of bleak blood. An extremely strong suction force was generated. With the Foundation establishment cultivator's control, the pagoda spiraled towards the dagger axe. The dagger axe was even stranger. It actually let out a hearty laugh. As the whirlpool of suction force spun rapidly, it counteracted the suction force of the pagoda while also growing sharp barbs at the end of the dagger axe. With a ringing sound, the dagger axe and the pagoda collided. The seemingly huge pagoda was actually sent flying by the long and thin dagger axe. Moreover, the cracks that were already there just now widened, almost piercing through half of the pagoda. If there were no accidents, the pagoda would definitely be split into two after another collision. Give me your life, the dagger axe didn't give the Foundation establishment cultivator a second chance. The dagger axe followed the direction of the pagoda and suddenly extended again. Its sharp head was like a long sword, piercing towards the Foundation establishment cultivator whose primordial spirit had been greatly damaged. The Foundation establishment cultivator naturally had to defend. He formed a spell, and a semicircular shield appeared in midair, blocking the dagger axe. But it was only for an instant. With a cracking sound, the shield was shattered by the dagger axe, and the dagger axe approached again. Just as the Foundation establishment cultivator was about to take out his weapon again, he heard the sound of a flying sword piercing through the air behind him. He didn't need to release his spiritual will to know that Senior Xiang was about to kill him. Thus, he channeled his mana and his body suddenly descended, trying to avoid the attack of the dagger axe and the flying sword. However, the flying sword was fast and accurate, and the dagger axe was the weapon cultivator's body. How could he block its flying speed? Just as he descended a few feet, the flying sword and dagger axe had already changed direction. One from the front and one from the back, they were about to pierce his body. My life is over. Only now did the Foundation establishment cultivator realize the true power of a sword cultivator and a weapon cultivator. He sighed in his heart and closed his eyes, waiting for death. Don't you dare hurt the disciples of the Utopia faction. With a roar, a human figure descended from the sky. This cultivator had snow-white hair, a blood-red robe, and cold eyes without a trace of emotion. The only thing that came out of his mouth was to follow his heart. Following the roar, 2 3-foot-long, yellow whips split into two and attacked the dagger axe and the swordsman respectively. Humph, pointless Dao sect, how long can you bluff like this? The weapon cultivator didn't care at all and sneered disdainfully. He opened his mouth and spat out a faint golden light, blocking the whip shadows. This weapon cultivator could actually spit out golden chi. The golden chi turned into a disc and floated in the air. However, when the whip shadow, which looked no different from a real magic treasure, hit the gold chi, there was a pang sound similar to that of a gong, and the gold chi was immediately shattered. The whip shadows didn't stop and directly hit the weapon cultivator's shoulder. With a loud bang, a cluster of sparks splashed out from the equipment cultivator's shoulder. Then, a burst of golden brilliance flourished. That golden brilliance quickly spread all over the dagger axe body, and a layer of cracks as thin as spider silk spread out along with the brilliance at the same time. The brilliance gradually disappeared. The weapon cultivator could no longer maintain the dagger axe form and gradually reverted to his human form. At this time, there was clearly some fear in the weapon cultivator's eyes. The arrogance from before had long disappeared. The weapon cultivator was beaten back to his original form by the whip, but the sword cultivator didn't have it easy either. The sword cultivator saw that the whip shadows hadn't reached him yet, but the fierce spiritual power on the whip shadows, as well as the strong force contained in the wind, attacked first. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He didn't have the tyrannical defensive power of a weapon cultivator and didn't dare to take it head-on. He formed a sword seal in his hand and the flying sword stabbed horizontally at the whip shadows. Almost at the same time as the weapon cultivator was hit, there was a whoosh sound. The flying sword was hit by the whip shadows. Broken light flashed on the flying sword, and fine cracks suddenly appeared. Pooh, the sword cultivator's flying sword was damaged, and his primordial spirit was also seriously injured. This guy was already injured before, but this time it was even more serious. He spat out a mouthful of blood and waved his hand. The flying sword fell into his hand. He looked at it with heartache, but he saw that the incomparably hard flying sword was now full of cracks. If it was hit again, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Chapter 2247. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He raised his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break. After the white-haired cultivator finished speaking, he dragged the bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow was born from the bamboo whip. It was like a coquettish golden dragon, flashing with intense light. A sharp hurricane seemed to tear the void apart as it slashed towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao. The Foundation establishment cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes and saw the white-haired cultivator. He was extremely surprised and said, "You? Why are you here?" This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the leeching treasure mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. He activated his mana and waved it. Like waves, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic. Rumble. The whip shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden gas, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. At the same time, his body glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this Immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph. Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in mid-air and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in mid-air, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all used their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in the air for a while, and with a faint flash of light on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys got lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he kept the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. With a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. Li Zongbao had used it to kill so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, but the magic power in his body was showing signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at these disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by this place. I received your message charm and rushed over. All of you, clean up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look? I am under orders to go to the Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What use do we have for these sword cultivators and equipment cultivators? You can take them all. After that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. TSK. Looking at Li Zongbao flying away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How many years has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with senior brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed. Senior brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Heng Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the Utopia faction's famous magic weapon, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. I'm afraid Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. Yes, it should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded. These weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for senior brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core cultivator. If senior brother Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core, he definitely deserves it. I'm afraid no other foundation establishment cultivator in the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation can match him. But another Qi refining disciple whispered, isn't Martial Uncle Li very young? Why does he have a head full of white hair? A foundation establishment cultivator hesitated and said, I've heard from my teacher that senior brother Li once led a team to the Taiqing sect to participate in the feather deity meet. I don't know what happened, but his hair turned white overnight. Since that day, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his previous cultivation speed. No one in the Utopia faction can match him. Martial Uncle Li seems disdainful to be with us. The Qi refining disciple asked again. The foundation establishment cultivator glared at him and said coldly, what do you know? I've heard that senior brother Li Zongbao seems to be practicing the famous parting mirror of the Utopia faction. It has a heart like iron, emotions like steel, and Tao like the heavens. My goodness, it's so powerful. Tao like the heavens? The Qi refining disciple was speechless again. Of course, the heavenly Tao is ruthless. If you want to have a profound cultivation, you naturally have to cut off your emotions in order to be close to the heavenly Tao. The parting mirror of the Utopia faction is known to be the cultivation method closest to the heavenly Tao. Then in the end, won't he lose his emotions? Then, is he still human? Of course not. He's a celestial. A celestial who can destroy the heavens and earth with a wave of his hand. The foundation establishment cultivator replied snappily, do you think the parting mirror of the Utopia faction is a cultivation method that mortals can practice? Even if that cultivation method is placed in front of you, you may not be able to understand or comprehend it at all. Let's go, several people said as they collected the storage bags, flying swords, and broken magic weapons scattered around them. Then they flew toward the nearest stronghold of the Utopia faction. On the Xiaoyu continent, the Huan Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom, and the Lian Kingdom bordered each other for tens of thousands of miles. In such a vast territory, there were fierce battles every day. Although there were many casualties among sword cultivators and weapon cultivators, there were even more Taoist faction disciples. Especially those Qi refining disciples, when they encountered the strange attacks of sword cultivators and weapon cultivators, they were not suitable for them and died one after another. Of course, after nearly a year of fighting, there were also some disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage who broke through the bottleneck and set foot on the foundation establishment stage. These new foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent back to their respective sects. However, it was said that people's opportunities were not the same. Among these new foundation establishment cultivators, many of them had reached the foundation establishment stage while fighting. They were directly faced with fierce sword cultivators and weapon cultivators. Before they could really reach the foundation establishment stage, the flying swords and magic weapons would reach them. Before they could feel joy in their hearts, they were killed. Even if their senior brothers or uncle masters wanted to save them, it was too late. Under such circumstances, the disciples in charge of many sects in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City naturally had to send more manpower. The second batch of disciples, including the Imperial Thunder sect, and the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families were also urged to send to the battlefront. Moreover, Xiaohua and the others flew forward for more than 10 days. They only saw the vast snowy wilderness and mountains everywhere. They did not see any abnormalities, nor did they see any sword cultivators attacking them. Xiaohua, whose cultivation had been steadily improving, unconsciously came to a realization. Damn it, actually this easy is not much different from cultivating in seclusion. Now it's only the first stage of the war. The nascent soul stage cultivators and high-level sword cultivators have not come out. Isn't this war my world? Why should I be afraid of them? I can deal with them at will. Should I also make a name for myself? Chapter 2248. At this moment, a divine sense swept over from behind Xiaohua. Once discovered, the divine sense immediately locked onto them. This sword cultivator actually attacked from behind me? Xiaohua was astonished and hurriedly released his Buddhist perception. When he saw clearly, a pensive expression flashed across his face. Quick, Xiaohua, quickly fly to the foothills in front. Xiaohua heard Dui Qimeng's call. We'll meet the enemy there. Yes. Xiaohua replied, but he wasn't in a hurry to fly forward. I heard eldest senior brother say that your flying speed is very fast. Why are you so slow? Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't flying fast, Cui Hongshan couldn't help but feel anxious. However, before Xiaohua could fly to the foothills, a small brown dot faintly appeared in the distant sky. When it flew into the range of everyone's divine sense, everyone's faces unconsciously relaxed. As it turned out, it was actually a small flowing cloud flying ship. It was precisely the 7 skills sect's disciples. Since it was a Dao sect disciple, no matter which sect he was from, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples didn't need to be afraid. Thus, Cui Hongshan waved his hand, and Xiaohua and the other disciples stayed where they were. He and Zhen Minghui flew into the air to meet them. The flying magic tool was indeed fast. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived in front of them. When the flowing cloud flying ship stopped, a mid-foundation establishment old man led 2 early foundation establishment middle-aged men down from the flying ship. His gaze swept across Cui Hongshan, then looked at the people hiding at the foothills. He cupped his hands and said, this old man was wondering who it was. So it's fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect. Nice to meet you. Although this old man came, he didn't take the initiative to announce his name. It was obvious that he disdained Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui's cultivation. Cui Hongshan didn't get angry and cupped his hands in greeting. This one is Cui Hongshan, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Palace. I'm the captain of the Imperial Thunder sect's first team. This is my first team's vice captain, Zhen Minghui. May I know what fellow Taoists from the 7 skills sect are here for? Oh, the Imperial Thunder sect's first team? The old man's face unconsciously revealed a trace of surprise. Ha ha ha, an early foundation establishment disciple actually dares to lead the Imperial Thunder sect's first team. A dark-skinned middle-aged man didn't even try to hide his ridicule and actually shouted out. Now that I've received the heavy responsibility of being a teacher, I dare not refuse this heavy responsibility just because my cultivation is low. I will do my best to complete the task entrusted to me by my teacher. Cui Hongshan replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Junior brother Ho, how can you be so rude? The old man glanced sideways at the young cultivator and whispered, every sect has their own difficulties. How can the Imperial Thunder sect compare to our 7-skill sect? Without a high-level cultivator, it's normal for an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator to be the captain of the first squad. Damn it. Hidden at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was displeased. He could belittle Cui Hongshan at will, but Cui Hongshan was, after all, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect's myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua didn't want others to look down on him. Although this middle foundation establishment old man didn't directly say anything about Cui Hongshan, he actually belittled the entire Imperial Thunder sect. His tone was even more unbearable than that middle-aged cultivator's. Yes, I understand. The middle-aged cultivator hastily lowered his head and took half a step back. I was only thinking about the 7 Possibilities sect. I didn't think about the Imperial Thunder sect. The old man waved his hand, then turned to Cui Hongshan and said, I'm Han Bing from the 7 Possibilities sect. I'm the captain of the 132nd squad of the 7 Possibilities sect. I'm very happy to see Captain Cui. May I know why Captain Cui is here? Cui Hongshan's thoughts were different from Xiao Hua's. After all, the other party was a middle foundation establishment cultivator. He was a small realm lower than the other party, so there was nothing much to say. After thinking for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, I've received orders from my master to head to Foul Crow Mountain for some business. May I know why Captain Han is here? Oh, you're going to Foul Crow Mountain? Han Bing was stunned, then asked, You've been waiting for a message from Foul Crow Mountain? Cui Hongshan was even more stunned, then nodded and said, That's right. Our Imperial Thunder sect was heading to Sky Patrol City, but we received a message halfway. That's why our master hurriedly dispatched our first squad. Oh, so that's how the first squad came to be. Han Bing came to a realization and said with a smile, You don't have to go to Foul Crow Mountain. The cultivators of your Imperial Thunder sect's first squad are too weak. They won't be of any use. Furthermore, Foul Crow Mountain isn't a big deal. We're heading there anyway. Cui Hongshan was stunned. He didn't expect Han Bing to say that. Besides, we're taking the Flowing Cloud flying ship, which is several times faster than you. By the time your Imperial Thunder sect's first squad reaches Foul Crow Mountain, the cucumber will be cold. What are you waiting for? The middle-aged cultivator who had been silent all this while said with a smile. He was also belittling the Imperial Thunder sect. Furthermore, this cultivator looked at the Flowing Cloud flying ship behind him and seemed to be talking to himself. Besides, our 7 skills sect's Flowing Cloud flying ship isn't refined well. It can only seat 10 people, no more. When I return, I'll inform the sect of this shortcoming. We must improve it. Cui Hongshan's face turned a little pale. The Imperial Thunder sect's thunder ship was famous in the Dawn Rain continent, but the problem was that they didn't have a small thunder ship. Even if there was a thunder ship, early foundation establishment cultivators couldn't control it. Besides, 7 Skills sect was a refining sect. The Imperial Thunder sect couldn't compare. Seeing that Cui Hongshan's expression wasn't right, Han Bing was in an extremely good mood. He cupped his hands and said, Captain Cui, this old man will leave first. After all, there's a reason for Foul Crow Mountain to send a message. You'd better return home and hurry to Sky Patrol City. There are more important matters there. Farewell. After saying that, he turned and flew onto the Flowing Cloud flying ship without waiting for Cui Hongshan's reply. The other 2 middle-aged foundation establishment cultivators didn't even report their names to the Imperial Thunder sect and left just like that. Captain Cui. After the 7 Skills sect's Flowing Cloud flying ship flew away, Zhen Minghui looked hesitant. He frowned and stared at the distant horizon. The flowing cloud-flying ship had already disappeared into the vast snowfield. He asked, "Are we still going to Foul Crow Mountain?" "Why not?" Cui Hongshan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he asked. "The 7 skills sect's disciples have a higher cultivation than us. Besides, they have flying Dharma artifacts, so they can leave quickly. By the time we get there, the matter will be over." "Why should we go?" Zhen Minghui stammered. "Didn't senior brother Zhen Yun say that there's no big deal in Foul Crow Mountain? They just felt that our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' flying speed is fast, so they let us go." "Hee, Vice Captain Zhen." Cui Hongshan laughed. "You're the vice captain of the Imperial Thunder sect's first team and a disciple of the sect. How can a 7 skills sect's mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator decide where our first team goes? Even if we're late, we'll still have to go. Besides, isn't it better for the 7 skills sect's disciples to lead the way for us?" "Yes, I understand." Zhen Minghui looked ashamed. It was easy for him to submit to someone with a higher cultivation to follow Han Bing's orders without hesitation. It was only when Cui Hongshan spoke that he understood. It was also at this moment that he finally called himself a subordinate for the first time. "Then I'll lead the way," Zhen Minghui said respectfully to Cui Hongshan and was about to fly in front like before. However, Cui Hongshan laughed and said, "No need. Since the 7 skills sect's disciples are in front of us, why should we be afraid of sword cultivators? We can just go straight ahead." "Yes, I understand." Zhen Minghui nodded and called out Xiao Hua and the rest. The 10 of them continued forward. Of course, for safety's sake, Zhen Minghui continued to fly in front. After flying for another 10 days, a hint of green could be seen in the vast snowy plains. From time to time, some tender green could be seen in the pure white veins. It was actually some spiritual trees. There were even some sprouts that were like new shoots emerging from the snow. Chicken Crow Mountain is in front. On this day, when they flew to a glacier, Cui Hongshan pointed to a strange mountain peak in the distance and said, "We'll reach it in half a day. Let's rest for a while." "Yes." Zhen Minghui was the first to respond. After 10 days, they had already formed a tacit understanding. Zhen Minghui stopped and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. His gaze landed on a depression in the glacier. He saw that the glacier was very wide. It was probably several hundred feet wide. The sparkling and translucent ice layer covered the entire glacier. Just a few li in front of them, the water flowing down the slope also froze into ice. The rhythm of the river water jumping and splashing was vividly frozen. It really had a kind of beauty that combined movement and stillness. Even if one used the naked eye to see through the layer of ice, one could still faintly see the rapidly flowing waves. One could even hear the hua hua sound in one's ears. Stepping on the solid layer of ice, who would have thought that there was a roaring world below? "Captain Cui, can you take out the cold wind? We'll go over and rest for a while. We'll take some medicinal pills and adjust our breathing for a while." Zhen Minghui asked softly. "Okay, please lead the way, Senior Marshal Brother Minghui." Cui Hongshan never refuted Zhen Minghui's opinions and nodded very gently. After Dui Qimeng and the rest flew over the glacier with Su Qing, Dui Ling landed on the ice layer of the glacier. She looked down curiously at the solid ice under her feet and shouted happily, "Xiao Hua, quickly come and take a look. Have you seen such thick ice before? There's water under the ice. And the water flow is very rapid." During these dozens of days, Dui Ling and Xiao Hua flew at the back. Dui Ling would nag at Xiao Hua whenever she had nothing to do. He even treated Xiao Hua's entry into the Imperial Thunder sect as if he had single-handedly arranged it. It was as if he hadn't discovered Xiao Hua that day, Xiao Hua would have been buried. Moreover, this was Dui Ling's first time coming to this world of ice and snow. Naturally, she was very happy and couldn't help but call out to Xiao Hua. "Little girl. Xiaohua's figure was still on the other side of the glacier. She lazily replied, "What's the difference between looking and not looking? If you look, it's still flowing. If you don't look, it's still flowing. What's the difference between this and the flowing water of the Imperial Thunder sect? Why are you so boring?" How could Dui Ling understand the profoundness in her words? Chapter 2249. Junior sister Dui, don't panic. Xiaohua didn't care, but someone else did. Bai Sugu, who had just flown over the ice layer, let out a low shout. He slapped his storage pouch, and a foot-long fiery red stick flew out. Go! Bai Sugu urged his transcendence energy, and a circle of flames quickly lingered around the stick. It was Bai Sugu's fire-congealing pillar. Although Bai Sugu's fire-congealing pillar was fast, it still couldn't compare to the green crab. Dui Ling had just flown a few feet when the green crab's claws had already caught up to her figure. With a kacha sound, the claws cut towards Dui Ling's waist like lightning. Although Dui Ling was in the Qi refinement realm and didn't have much experience, he still had a natural reaction. With a wave of his hand, many fireball talismans, lightning talismans, and other talismans were scattered. With a rumble and kachacha sound, they all hit the crab's body. However, these fireballs and lightning only blocked the crab's claws, slightly delaying the attack. The green brilliance on the crab's hard shell flashed, and all the attacks were ineffective. Not a single hair on the crab was harmed. Seeing the crab's claws only slightly delayed and were about to cut at her slender waist, Dui Ling panicked and shouted, "Xiaohua, quickly come and save me." Xiaohua stood in the distance, blinking his eyes. A strange smile appeared on his face, but his figure didn't move at all. He only stood quietly in mid-air, without the slightest intention of stepping forward to help. Dui Ling was helpless. He fiercely urged his transcendence energy, and his originally fast dodging figure sped up again. With a kacha sound, the green crab's claws cut at Dui Ling's waist. Dui Ling's body emitted a thunderous sound, and a resplendent brilliance appeared at his waist, blocking the green crab's claws. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with an expression as expected. He had long seen that Dui Ling was wearing a defensive transcendent artifact. Although this transcendent artifact couldn't compare to Qian Diheng's, it was more than enough to deal with a first-grade spirit beast like the green crab. However, just as the brilliance blocked the green crab, a green light suddenly flashed on the green crab's claws. With a qi sound, that defensive brilliance was actually cut through by the green crab's claws. Ouch! Xiaohua was stunned. At the same time, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This green light is very familiar. Isn't this the Tai green light in my dream executioner? Although the light was faint, the sharpness of the innate gold qi was unmistakable. He was actually able to break through the brilliance of the defensive magic treasure. Of course, the green crab had only managed to break through a tiny flaw in Dui Ling's defensive magic treasure. At this moment, Baisu Valley's fire-congealing pillar had already flown over. Several feet of flames raged as it pounced towards the green crab. Hiss! No one knew where the sound came from, but a cluster of misty green light flew out of the green crab's stomach and covered the fiery condensing pillar, knocking down the several feet of fire. Only half a foot of fire was left on the fiery condensing pillar like a bandage. Die! At this time, Dui Ling had already recovered from his panic. He clapped his hands, and a palm-sized seal flew out from his storage bag. With the activation of Dui Ling's magic power, it flashed with tiny lightning bolts and smashed towards the green crab. Wu green light flew out of the green crab's stomach again, wanting to extinguish the lightning bolts. Dai la la la, a burst of lightning bolts lingered. The sharp Tai green light was indeed powerful. Half of the lightning bolts on Dui Ling's magic treasure, the thunder seal, were instantly destroyed by the green light. However, the green crab extinguished the lightning bolts, and the thunder seal's momentum did not change at all. It still smashed towards the back of the green crab. Seeing that the thunder seal was about to hit the green crab, Dui Ling's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Quickly withdraw the thunder seal. At this time, Dui Chimeng's voice rang in Dui Ling's ears. Why? Dui Ling was slightly dazed, but he knew that Dui Chimeng's warning must be strange. He hurriedly activated his magic power and formed hand seals to withdraw the thunder seal. However, he was still half a step too late. The green light on the green crab's body spread out, and the crab claws slashed towards the sky, actually cutting towards the thunder seal. Ka, a faint sound rang out. The green light cut through the thunder seal, and a shallow imprint flashed on the thunder seal. The thunder seal's lightning bolts were extinguished a little more. Dui Ling was extremely distressed and shocked. He did not expect the green crab's crab claws to actually cut through the thunder seal. Boom! Baisu Gu's fire congealing pillar flourished with flames again, and several fire dragons pounced towards the green crab. The green crab had no choice but to abandon Dui Ling. The green light under its abdomen reappeared, and it pounced towards the fire dragons. At this time, everyone had already flown back and stopped around Dui Ling and Baisu Gu. Like Xiao Hua, they were shocked when they saw the green crab, but they immediately relaxed. They only released their divine senses to check the green crab's movements and instructed Baisu Gu and Dui Ling to join forces to fight the green crab. It was as if they were training the two of them. After a while, Zhenhua also could not hold back. He slapped his hand, and the magic treasure, thunder confining bead, also flew into the air. The sparkling blue lightning bolts flickered and struck towards the back of the green crab. With a loud pang, the thunder confining bead avoided the crab claws and hit the back of the green crab. The green crab's shell still flashed with green light, and there was not the slightest mark left on it. However, faint streaks of lightning remained on the green crab's body, causing it to tremble for a while. Taking advantage of this, the green crab's crab claws turned and cut towards the thunder confining bead. Dui Ling pointed his finger, and the thunder seal also struck down, hitting the front half of the green crab in an instant. A burst of green light flashed, and there were actually some sparks splashing out. The green crab's body swayed twice in midair, and it almost lost its balance. Seeing that it could not gain any advantage, the green crab, who was already surrounded by everyone, finally put away its fearless in the face of danger calmness. Its body swayed slightly, and it was about to fall into the ice layer. Don't let it escape. Zhen Minghui shouted, "This is the advantage of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. Kill this bastard to get the first prize." Okay. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan was also very interested. He clapped his hands, and two thunder beads, one big and one small, flew out. Like meteors catching up with the moon, they fell below the green crab and suddenly rushed towards the green crab's abdomen. Woo! With a burst of ear-piercing sound, the two thunder beads actually made an ear-piercing sound. Pooh! The green crab's abdomen spat out a large cluster of Tai green light, wanting to extinguish the two thunder beads. But the moment the Tai green light fell, the two thunder beads slightly collided. With a "ka" sound, a bolt of lightning was born from the thunder beads' contact, piercing the green light like a sharp sword, and the two thunder beads took advantage of the collision to fly in opposite directions. This bastard's technique of controlling a celestial artifact is not bad. Only Xiao Hua was still standing in the distance, calmly watching with his Buddhist awareness. Seeing Cui Hongshan's method, he could not help but sneer, "Master and Master's wife only gave me a spirit crow fire net, but this bastard gave me two thunder beads at once. Master is a little biased." While Xiao Hua was surprised, Cui Hongshan was also surprised. The lightning was like a sword piercing the green light. According to his thinking, it should have pierced through the green light, and even pierced the green crab's abdomen. Who would have thought that the lightning would actually flicker in the green light and be annihilated? How could he not be surprised? Hee, this green crab is a little strange. Zhen Minghui also took out his magic tool at this time. It was not much different from Dui Ling's thunder seal, a square brick. However, in Zhen Minghui's hands, the lightning brick seemed to possess a different kind of power. As Zhen Minghui spoke, the lightning brick suddenly grew in size. It was several feet in size and smashed down like a giant boulder. The poor green crab had just dealt with Cui Hongshan's small ball, and now it had to face Zhen Minghui's brick. Its crab claws streaked through the air, leaving a trace of mark. Before the green crab could be happy, the brick smashed down with a boom, hitting its back. Although the green light of the green crab flashed and blocked the thunder brick, it still fell several feet. The green light protecting the green crab was also somewhat dim. Only a thin layer of protection was left. The poor green crab was only a first-rank spirit beast. How could it withstand the torment of so many Foundation establishment cultivators? The corner of Cui Hongshan's mouth curved into a slight smile. He glanced at Dui Qimeng and scolded softly. His hand seals changed slightly, and the two thunder beads that had just separated drew two beautiful arcs under the green crab's abdomen and converged close to the green crab. With a kacha sound, another thunder light was born. This thunder light was 10% larger than the previous one, and it was incomparably fast. Before the green light of the green crab could be released, the thunder light had already hit the green light protecting the green crab. Rip, like piercing through a layer of silk, the thunder light tore the green light apart and hit the green crab's abdomen. The green crab's abdomen should be its weak point. The green crab's two crab claws violently waved, and an inch-sized black hole appeared with green smoke. The green crab was injured, and its sinking speed was even faster. Still want to escape? Zhen Minghui was somewhat regretful. He secretly blamed himself for not thinking of attacking the green crab's abdomen earlier. He pointed his finger, and the thunder brick also flew down and hit the green crab. However, just as the thunder brick flew down, the green crab had already landed on the layer of ice. It was about to sink into the big hole that it had just charged out of. Quick, Chiu Su, who had been motionless all this time, pointed his finger. The Dharma artifact that he had set up above the ice hole long ago flew up. It was a thunder net. Seeing the flickering thunder net completely wrap around the green crab, everyone was a little embarrassed. It took a few Foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators to capture the green crab with so much effort. Just as Chiu Su was about to form a seal to capture the green crab, two rays of green light flashed out from the green crab's crab claws and cut a part of the thunder net at the same time. The green light was so sharp that it flashed and cut a big hole in the thunder net. The green crab was about to fall into the ice hole very easily. Ouch, Chiu Su exclaimed. He knew that he had underestimated the green light. Fortunately, Zhen Minghui's thunder brick flew over in time and smashed at the spot where Cui Hongshan's thunder pearl had hit. With a pu sound, the thunder brick actually sank into it. Chapter 2250. No, it's all thanks to Captain Cui. If Captain hadn't found this monster's weakness, I'm afraid it would have escaped. Zhen Minghui put away the thunder brick and waved his hand. The huge green crab corpse flew into the air and floated in front of everyone. He said, "This green crab's green light is very strange. It's really powerful." Clap, 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 clap. Xiao Hua's slightly sarcastic praise sounded. Really powerful. This Xiao admires you very much. A first-grade spirit beast with the strength of Qi refinement. So many people actually took action. Really powerful. Shut up. Cui Hongshan scolded angrily. Didn't you see that Dui Ling was in danger and even asked you for help? You didn't do anything? Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, you don't need to know. Xiao Hua sneered. Isn't a Qi refinement spirit beast a good opportunity for her to practice? If you all killed it, she would be helpless the next time she sees a spirit beast. What good would it do her? Besides, you clearly knew that this green crab's green light was strange, so why did you kill it? If you found where the green crab came from, wouldn't you be able to get more green light? This. Cui Hongshan was stunned by Xiao Hua's words. Xiao Hua's words were extremely reasonable. Humph, can you guarantee that Dui Ling won't be injured? Zhen Minghui also chimed in. Besides, a green crab is so difficult to deal with. There must be a lot under the ice, right? What should we do? Even if you want to follow the green crab to find the green light, do you think you can go deep into the ice river? Everything is just wishful thinking. It's just empty talk. Hee, isn't it? Cui Hongshan also laughed. He couldn't help but think of his master's helpless evaluation of Xiao Hua's frivolity. Forget it, Xiao Hua. Your thoughts are excellent, but our cultivation is limited. If we can prevent Dui Ling from getting injured, we will try our best not to take risks. If there are such difficulties in the future, don't hesitate. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and looked at the green crab. What is this green light? If we can get it, it will be of great use. This subordinate has never seen or heard of such a sharp green light before. It can actually cut through magical artifacts, and even lightning. It's even more impossible for him to know how to draw it. Zhen Minghui's face was also filled with embarrassment as he looked at Qiu Su. After all, Qiu Su was a disciple of the technique imparting pavilion, so he might have some knowledge. Senior brothers, I don't know either. Qiu Su smiled bitterly. Cui Hongshan's gaze swept across Dui Qimeng and the rest. Everyone shook their heads. Forget it, senior brother Minghui, keep this thing for the time being. We'll talk about it when we return to Sky Patrol City and meet our teacher. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and instructed. This. I think Captain Cui should keep it. Zhen Minghui hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. The green crab flew towards Cui Hongshan. Hee, the green crab's green light is powerful. The crab's shell and claws are also abnormally hard. They are all good materials for refining tools. Cui Hongshan glanced at Jinhua and said with a smile. Yes, Captain Cui is right. After seeing Cui Hongshan's magic tool, Jinhua also knew that Cui Hongshan was indeed not weak. He felt admiration in his heart and quickly replied, the crab shell is extremely hard and the crab claws are extremely sharp. In the 100 Refinements Hall, it is a rare material for refining. We'll definitely encounter a lot of such rare materials in the future. There's no need to divide it now. When we return to Sky Patrol City, I'll share it with everyone. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, Senior brother Minghui, keep it for the time being. We'll remember this. Even if you want to take it, you can't. All right. Zhen Minghui knew that Cui Hongshan wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. After thinking for a while, he reluctantly nodded. With a wave of his hand, he kept it in his storage bag. All right, let's take a rest. Cui Hongshan used his divine thought to check for a moment. After confirming that there was no danger, he ordered. Before Dui Ling and the rest could fly up, Xiao Hua suddenly said, Fellow cultivator Cui, I have something to do. Please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned around and flew back without waiting for Cui Hongshan's reply. You. Cui Hongshan was slightly angry. He could not figure out what Xiao Hua wanted to do. If he wanted to escape, why did he do it earlier? Now, he wanted to escape in front of everyone? But if he didn't escape, what couldn't he say clearly? Hee, Captain Cui, your junior brother's temper isn't small. Zhen Minghui seemed to be distressed. He doesn't respect the captain at all. AI, there's no way. Cui Hongshan sighed again. He's just a junior brother who just entered Foundation establishment. I also received master's instructions. There's nothing I can do. And I also have such a junior brother. Since young, he has been doted on by his master. He's rather arrogant, but what happened in the end? He's still in the 11th layer of qi refining. This time, he was almost sent out. Zhen Minghui laughed. This junior brother of yours is not bad. He's already entered Foundation establishment. It seems that he also has some knowledge. N. Cui Hongshan looked in the direction Xiao Hua disappeared. Of course, I will do what I can. If it's beyond the scope of my abilities, I can't do it. Everything will be up to the will of the heavens. Immediately, everyone flew to a low-lying area and took medicinal pills to rest. Dui Ling looked in the direction Xiao Hua disappeared in, as if he had lost something. After waiting for nearly the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua finally came back. What did you go to do? Cui Hongshan asked unhappily. You're a member of my team. Even if you're my junior brother, you must explain the reason when you go out. Otherwise, I won't be able to convince everyone. I know. Xiao Hua replied unhappily, but he didn't explain what he had gone to do. Xiao Hua, come over here. Seeing that Cui Hongshan was about to scold him again, Dui Qimeng hurriedly called out. Xiao Hua responded and flew to Dui Qimeng and Dui Ling's side. Cui Hongshan looked at the others, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Dui Qimeng looked at the lazy Xiao Hua and whispered, Xiao Hua, senior sister will say something to you. No matter what, Cui Hongshan is already the leader of our team. As his senior brother, you can't undermine him. Even if you have some complaints in your heart, you can't show it on your face. After all, he has to make plans for the 10 of us. You have to endure it for the sake of our lives and your own. Xiao Hua mumbled to himself. Also, Cui Hongshan was right. Even if you want to train Dui Ling, you have to ensure his safety first. How dangerous was it just now? If we didn't intervene, Dui Ling's life would have been long gone, let alone training. Tisk, is it worth it? Xiao Hua wasn't convinced. How could he let the green crab hurt Dui Ling? However, he didn't say anything and continued to mumble. That's right, Xiao Hua. No matter what, I was the one who recruited you to the Imperial Thunder Sect. How could you be so ruthless? Dui Ling whispered with a bitter face. All right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. This Zhao's cultivation is shallow. Even if I intervened, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to save you. Therefore, I had no choice but to not intervene. Since you are so unhappy, this jade slip is this Zhao's apology. Jade slip? What for? Dui Ling was very puzzled, but he still took it and used his weak divine perception to take a look. Tai green light? Collecting technique? Immediately, Dui Ling withdrew his divine perception and handed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, It's good that you know you are wrong. I only want your apology. You should keep this thing yourself. Dui Ling. Zhenhua was shocked and said anxiously, Quickly let me see the jade slip. Why should I give it to you? Dui Ling was unhappy and looked at Xiao Hua. Why are you looking at me? It's all yours. This Xiao has never given anything to anyone, and I will never take back what I have given. Xiao Hua said indifferently. You have never given anything to anyone? Have you never given anything to Fairy Hongxia? Dui Ling asked with a smile. Why should I tell you? Xiao Hua flew to the side and sat down cross-legged. He wiped his hand and put the green spirit pill into his mouth, no longer paying attention to them. Tai green light? At this moment, Zhen Minghui also woke up and followed Zhenhua to Dui Ling's side. However, Cui Hongshan still didn't understand. Seeing Cui Hongshan's confusion, Dui Qimeng hurriedly transmitted a message, seemingly telling Cui Hongshan about the Tai green light. When Cui Hongshan heard this, he looked at Xiao Hua with even more astonishment. Dui Ling naturally passed the jade slip to Zhenhua. Zhenhua looked at it for a moment before passing it to Zhen Minghui. When Zhen Minghui finished looking at it, his face was filled with surprise. Just like Zhenhua, he looked up at Cui Hongshan and said, Captain Cui, we are really lucky. If I'm not wrong, the green light inside the green crab is the Tai green light. It is a type of innate gold qi. When refining qi, you only need to use a little bit of it, and your artifact will immediately become incomparably sharp. This is especially true for artifacts like flying swords. Many of the elders in my Imperial Thunder sect are searching everywhere for this item. Senior apprentice brother Minghui, you can try extracting this Tai green light. Cui Hongshan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. However, he was immediately overjoyed. They had just set out and hadn't even encountered a sword cultivator, yet they had such a harvest. This was truly beyond his expectations. Zhen Minghui glanced at Xiao Hua, who was ignoring them in the distance, and said with a smile, Captain Cui, although the green crab is ours, we have eyes but failed to see. If it weren't for your junior apprentice brother's jade slip, this Tai green light would only benefit others. Since that is the case, please extract it, Captain Cui. It is better to leave such a rare item with the captain. Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone, thought for a moment, and nodded, fine, I will reluctantly accept this difficult task. With that, Cui Hongshan took the jade slip from Zhen Minghui's hand. He immersed his divine thought in it for a long time, flew to the place where he had previously rested, sat down, and closed his eyes to meditate. After a while, Cui Hongshan opened his eyes and looked at Zhen Minghui. Zhen Minghui immediately woke up. He clapped his hands, and the huge green crab fell in front of Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan made a gesture and hit the green crab. The green light that had been annihilated before gradually reappeared with the incantation, and it became more and more intense. After a while, Cui Hongshan's hand tightened. As his hand grasped, a green brilliance smaller than a mung bean condensed together and gradually rose from the green crab's corpse. It was a little bit of Tai green light. Chapter 2251. That's great. Everyone's face lit up with joy. They knew that this was the Tai green light. This was a good thing. Even if everyone got some, it would still be good, not to mention that this thing was free. Then, Cui Hongshan put the Tai green light into the jade box, stuck a talisman on it, and put it away in his storage bag. Alright, everyone, we've rested enough. Now it's time to get down to business. Cui Hongshan clapped his hands and smiled. There must be more good things waiting for us ahead. Good. Everyone was happy and spread out, ready to activate their magic power. However, Dui Ling's eyes were sharp and he said anxiously, Captain Cui, wait a moment. Xiao Hua seems to have not finished adjusting his breath. Cui Hongshan, who was grinning from ear to ear, turned his head to look. Sure enough, Xiao Hua still looked calm and did not hear Cui Hongshan's order. Fellow Daoist Xiao is really diligent. He even wants to use this little bit of time. If his cultivation does not improve, it would be unreasonable. Ming Mao also helped him out. Why don't we rest for a while? All right. Cui Hongshan nodded. However, without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Hua jumped up and said indifferently, let's go. I've finished adjusting my breath. Beside them, Dui Qimeng was laughing in her heart. She almost laughed out loud. As an outsider, she could see clearly that Xiao Hua was going against Cui Hongshan in every way to make Cui Hongshan angry. If Xiao Hua did not take out the jade slip just now, Dui Qimeng would not be able to guess Xiao Hua's thoughts. Now, she was not worried about her lover. If Xiao Hua had any bad intentions, there was no need for him to take out the jade slip to extract the Tai green light, even if it was for Dui Ling, you. Cui Hongshan was a little angry and said coldly, don't think that you'll be rewarded for taking out the jade slip. Once I get it to Sentry City, the elders of my Imperial Thunder sect will definitely know. You're just letting us wait in advance. Without waiting for Cui Hongshan to finish, Xiao Hua said indifferently, I didn't give you any jade slip. Are you still leaving or not? Go. Zhen Minghui hurriedly interrupted. We'll leave now. As he spoke, he pulled Cui Hongshan's Taoist robe and took the lead to fly into the air. Let's go, Xiao Hua. You still have to cover the rear with this concubine. Ming Mao and Dui Ling waited for the others to fly away before covering their mouths and laughing as they held hands and flew up. Humph. Xiao Hua curled his lips, feeling extremely displeased in his heart. What use does the extreme unity green light have? These 9 people definitely don't know as much as he does, and he definitely wants to obtain the extreme unity green light more than the other 9 people. Naturally, what he wants is not just this little bit of extreme unity green light. Unfortunately, he had already used Earth Escape to the bottom of the ice river and searched everywhere, but there were no clues at all. Apart from the cold, there was no other spirit beast in sight. Who knew where this green crab came from? If Green Crab could return alive, he would be able to bring Xiao Hua to find even more green crab. Forget it. Xiao Hua flew at the back, still as slow as before. He only pondered for a moment before tossing it aside. Of the 9 sword pellets, only the first one had been repaired. The other 8 still couldn't work. Presumably, the injuries suffered by 9 stars transit that day weren't light. If he had the extreme unity green light, he might be able to repair these sword pellets as soon as possible. If he didn't, Xiao Hua wasn't in too much of a hurry. He could just slowly repair them. Thus, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and flew leisurely, but his mind was focused on the cultivation method. After flying for another half a day, a mountain ridge appeared in front of them. This is my Imperial Thunder Sex token, which is recognized by the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Fellow Daoist Lan, please check it. Hee, there's no need. Lan Li glanced at it and said with a smile, the Imperial Thunder Sex disciples are all dignified people. How can they be compared to the filthy sword cultivators? I can tell at a glance that they're different. I should have invited all of you into the valley for a chat, but now that we're in the midst of a great battle, the crisis of my Chicken Cry Mountain has been resolved. I believe there will be more opportunities for you to show your talents in Sky Patrol City. Therefore, I'd like to ask fellow Daoist Chui to bring the Imperial Thunder Sex fellow Daoist back to Sky Patrol City quickly. Chui Hongshan was stunned. He looked around and asked curiously, did Chicken Cry Mountain encounter sword cultivators? What crisis was it? How did it get resolved so quickly? This. Lan Li hesitated and said with a smile, it's nothing. Previously, a small group of sword cultivators surrounded my Chicken Cry Mountain and seemed to want to destroy my Chicken Cry Mountain. However, under Valley Master's lead, we chased the sword cultivators away. After that, no more sword cultivators came to harass us, so I don't think they'll come again. The message that Chicken Cry Mountain sent to my Imperial Thunder sect was that they needed disciples with fast flying speed to come over. Was there anything else? Chui Hongshan was a little disappointed. They had come so excitedly, but left just like that. It was very empty. Lan Li blinked and turned to look at the few disciples behind him. It seemed like he did not know what to say. Fellow Daoist Lan, the 7 skills sex disciples have already arrived, right? Zhen Minghui said with a smile, don't tell me they helped us out. Hee, so fellow Daoists have already met the 7 skills sex disciples. Lan Li said with a smile, if that's the case, I won't hide anything. A few days ago, the 7 skills sex disciples arrived and killed the sword cultivators. The crisis of Chicken Cry Mountain has already been resolved. I'm afraid that I'll embarrass the Imperial Thunder sect, so I'm too embarrassed to say it. It's fine, Chui Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, as long as Chicken Cry Mountain is fine, isn't that better than anything else? Fellow Daoist Lan, can you give me a copy of Chicken Cry Mountain's token so that I can use it as proof to explain myself to my sect? This. Lan Li was a little troubled. He shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. Now that the sword cultivators are at war with my Dao sect, this token is very important. It's in the hands of the Valley Master, and he's currently having a secret meeting with the 7 skills sex disciples. I'm afraid he can't give it to fellow Daoist Chui. Fine, Chui Hongshan was in a dilemma. Should I leave or not? Leave, without the token, who knows if you've come to Chicken Cry Mountain or not. If I don't leave, it's the 7 skills sect who helped me out. It has nothing to do with me. Later, when I meet the Valley Master of Chicken Cry Mountain, I'll definitely meet the 7 Skills Sect's disciples, and they'll definitely mock and ridicule me. Sigh, this so-called captain, it's really troublesome. Cui Hongshan was almost dispirited. After pondering for a moment, Cui Hongshan smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll wait. After all, I'm under my master's orders. Without proof, it'll be hard for me to explain myself. All right then. Lonely thought for a moment, then raised his hand and gestured, fellow Taoist Cui, please follow me. With that, Lonely flew to the foot of the mountain first. Cui Hongshan and the others flew behind him, and the Chicken Cry Mountain's disciples accompanied them. Chicken Cry Mountain was a mountain ridge, and it was several hundred feet higher than the surrounding snowy plains. The mountains were undulating, and from high up in the sky, it looked like a crowing rooster. That was probably how Chicken Cry Mountain got its name. Cui Hongshan followed Lonely into the mountain ridge, and after passing through a faint fog restriction, they arrived at the back of the rooster. It was a valley that was several miles wide, and the foundation of the Chicken Cry Mountain's disciples was in this valley. On the stone walls of the valley, there was a rather majestic building. Cui Hongshan followed Lonely into a hall with a sign that read, Guest Hall. Fellow Taoists, please take a seat and enjoy some spirit fruits and spirit tea. I'll go invite the Valley Master over. Lonely said with a smile. Yes. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Lon. Cui Hongshan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he sat on a chair and gave Zhen Minghui a look. Zhen Minghui understood and walked to Lon Li's side, whispering, fellow Taoist Lon, we came here in a hurry, and our teacher didn't have time to inform us. I'll take the liberty to ask for the name of your Valley Master, so as to avoid being rude later. Hee, it's nothing. Lon Li shook his head slightly and smiled, my Chicken Cry Mountain is far to the north of the country of Shi, and we're a small cultivation family. How could we attract the attention of the Imperial Thunder Sect? For them to send their disciples over, my Chicken Cry Mountain is already very grateful. I'll let fellow Taoist Jin know that the Valley Master of my Chicken Cry Mountain is Valley Master Zhan Xinjian. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lon. Zhen Minghui smiled apologetically, for Chicken Cry Mountain to be coveted by sword cultivators, it must be famous. My teacher of the Imperial Thunder Sect must also know about it. It's just that we, the younger generation disciples, have little experience and are somewhat ignorant. Hee, fellow Taoist Jen, please take a seat. Lon Li smiled and called for the disciples to serve the spirit fruits and spirit tea. Then he went straight ahead. Hee, it's really embarrassing. Xiao Hua saw Cui Hongshan's slightly red face and felt very refreshed in his heart. Even the name of the Chicken Cry Mountain's clan master came rashly. How could it not be embarrassing? This is great, it's embarrassing in front of everyone. At this moment, Han Bing also walked in front of Cui Hongshan. She glanced at him with a smile and said, Captain Cui, why did you still come? I already told you that we don't need you here. Cui Hongshan originally wanted to sit down, but now he could only remain standing. He looked at Han Bing and asked, if a disciple of the 7 Skills Sect is here, why can't a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect come? Han Bing raised her eyebrows and sized up Cui Hongshan. She asked curiously, why must a disciple of my 7 Skills Sect be here, but a disciple of your Imperial Thunder Sect must come? Cui Hongshan was displeased. Han Bing was clearly provoking him. However, seeing that she was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he took a deep breath and replied, a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect received a message from Chicken Crow Mountain. Of course, he had to come. As for whether a disciple of your 7 Skills Sect comes or not, it has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder Sect. Ha ha ha. Han Bing laughed and asked, don't you know what message Chicken Crow Mountain sent to your Imperial Thunder Sect? Cui Hongshan was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, I don't know. That's my master's business. Fellow Han. Jean Exain felt that something was amiss. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, both the Seven Skills sect and Imperial Thunder sect came from my Chicken Crow Mountain. They're all disciples of my Dao sect. Why do you have to get to the bottom of it? Valley Master Jean. Han Bing's expression changed slightly. She turned around and said, I came under my master's orders. I never thought that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect would come. This matter, this is all a mistake made by the disciple who went out to send the message. Jean Exain immediately smiled apologetically and said, didn't we already discuss the matter of my Chicken Crow Mountain with fellow Han? Han Bing nodded. I already know the reason. However, I still want to tell some self-righteous sects that if they don't have enough strength, they shouldn't force their way in. You were clearly sent to run errands to find my Seven Skills sect. Why did you send your own disciples? With that, she waved her sleeves and sat down on the chair at the head of the meeting hall. The other early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples and a 12th-stage Qi Refinement disciple from the Seven Skills sect also sat on the main seats. Seeing this, Cui Hongshan frowned. He didn't sit down. He looked at Jean Exain and sneered, Valley Master Jean, I didn't want to be a busybody. I only wanted to get the token from Chicken Crow Mountain and return to Sky Patrol City. However, since someone said that my Imperial Thunder sect can only run errands, I have to ask clearly. What's going on? Jean Exain smiled bitterly. He glanced at the smug Han Bing and then at the ashen-faced Cui Hongshan. He was in a difficult position. This was a competition between the Seven Skills sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. Chicken Crow Mountain had no reason to get involved. After pondering for a moment, he smiled apologetically, fellow Daoist Cui, are you from Quan Yu's Cui family or by Nan's Cui family? Fellow Daoist Cui Peng and fellow Daoist Cui Rixin are familiar with me. These two families have a very good relationship with my Chicken Crow Mountain. My Chicken Crow Mountain often trades with them for some artifacts. Hearing Jean Exain mention the head of Quan Yu's Cui family, Cui Peng, Cui Hongshan's expression softened. However, he still sneered, fellow Daoist John, I'm now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You're putting me in a difficult position by mentioning my family background. Not at all. When Jean Exain heard that, he immediately reached out and took out a small storage bag. He handed it to Cui Hongshan and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Cui, this is the token of my Chicken Crow Mountain. Then, he transmitted his voice, there are some spirit stones inside and a magic artifact of my Chicken Crow Mountain. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect, thank you for coming here. Cui Hongshan was a little hesitant. Beside him, Jin Minghui smiled and said, since Valley Master Jean has given us the token, Captain Cui, we should return to Sky Patrol City immediately. There are still sword cultivators waiting for us to kill. All right. Cui Hongshan saw Jin Minghui's hint and took the storage bag. He nodded and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. Disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, if possible, please stay for a few more days. It won't be too late to rest here for a while before leaving. Jean Exain was happy and politely urged them to stay. Ha, you're leaving already? Han Bing laughed and said, looks like. We can only rely on my Seven Skills sect to kill the sword cultivators in Chicken Crow Mountain. Only the sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City can rely on the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if the Imperial Thunder sect disciples stay in Chicken Crow Mountain, they can only hide behind my Seven Skills sect. After all, their enemy is in Sky Patrol City. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples were displeased. At this moment, a figure flew in from the outside. Before the figure could be seen, a panicked voice rang out, Valley Master, something bad has happened. My Chicken Crow Mountain is being attacked by thousands of sword cultivators. Jean Exain was shocked. He looked at the descending Qi Refinement disciple and said in shock, thousands of sword cultivators? What are their cultivation bases? All right, Valley Master, most of them are at the 9th grade of Sword Nurturing Realm. A small number of them are at the sword-drawing realm. The panicked disciple said anxiously. Hiss. Jean Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Only a few hundred sword cultivators had attacked Rooster Crow Mountain earlier, and Rooster Crow Mountain alone was already unable to fend them off. Now, there were over 1,000 sword cultivators. Even if the disciples of Seven Skills Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect were added in, they were still no match for them. Ha 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 ha. Without waiting for Jean Xian to speak, a loud laugh came from behind Cui Hongshan. Jean Xian looked over curiously. It was Xiao Hua who was laughing. Why are you laughing, fellow Taoist? Jean Xian asked with a gloomy face. Sigh, I'm just lamenting. Xiao Hua's face was lonely. He pointed at Han Bing and said, Seven Skills Sect's fellow Taoist Han's enemy is here. Where is my Imperial Thunder Sect's enemy? Sentry City is really too far away. My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are really lonely. You. Han Bing's face was naturally filled with panic. Hearing Xiao Hua's ridicule, she became even angrier. She said coldly, What is this fellow Taoist's name? Isn't your Imperial Thunder Sect preparing to fight? I am Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua. What? Does fellow Taoist Han still want to remember? However, even if you want to find trouble with this Xiao, you have to wait until you fight with your enemy. Oh, this Xiao forgot. Fellow Taoist, you have to wait until after the battle. Xiao Hua pretended to come to his senses and slapped his forehead. Xiao Hua. Cui Hongshan said coldly, Shut up. Yes, this Xiao will shut up now. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, he still said to Han Bing, As for whether my Imperial Thunder Sect will fight or not, this Xiao thinks that it will depend on the result of Seven Skills Sect's battle. Fellow Taoist Han just said that the words spoken are like spilled water. It can't be taken back. Seeing Han Bing trembling with anger, Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. He never thought that this junior brother of his, who he always disliked, was so pleasing to the eye today. However, he still scolded, Xiao Hua, how can you be so impudent? He is a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How can he go back on his words? Jean Xian smiled bitterly. However, he didn't want to be entangled with these two sections. He waved his hand and said, Let's go take a look and discuss how to fight. Chapter 2253. Please. Han Bing stood up coldly and raised her hand, indicating for Jean Xian to leave first. The Seven Skills Sect disciples also stood up. After the Seven Skills Sect disciples followed Han Bing out of the guest hall, Zhen Minghui whispered, Captain Cui, what should we do? What else can we do? We can only face the enemy head-on. Cui Hongshan sighed and waved his hand. The sword cultivators are approaching. Let's go take a look. Yes. Dui Chimeng replied and followed Cui Hongshan out of the guest hall. However, Xiao Hua sat there motionlessly. You're not going to take a look? Cui Hongshan frowned and said, Are you really going to hide behind the Seven Skills Sect's disciples? Yes. Why not? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, My cultivation is shallow, so of course I have to hide behind them. Yes. When Cui Hongshan saw that Xiao Hua was so shameless, he didn't say anything and walked out of the guest hall. Dui Ling walked at the back and actually gave Xiao Hua a thumbs up. Evidently, he was praising Xiao Hua's calmness when facing a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Tisk, you're still laughing even now. Wait until you see thousands of sword cultivators. You won't be able to laugh anymore. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Ling unhappily and closed his eyes to refine the medicinal power of the Azure Spirit Pill. He released his Buddha's perception and saw the sword cultivator dozens of miles away. Was there a need to look? Moreover, swordsmen who were at most at unsheathing sword cultivation were not Xiao Hua's type. Even if there were over 1,000 of them, they still wouldn't be able to stop Xiao Hua. When Cui Hongshan and the others left the guest hall, there were already disciples of Rooster Crow Mountain who came to greet them, leading them to follow Jean Xian and the others who had already flown to the peak of Rooster Crow Mountain. The peak of Chicken Crow Mountain was also covered in deep snow. Although it was not too high, it was enough for one to clearly see the surroundings. Cui Hongshan gradually flew higher and released his divine sense. He could not find any traces of sword cultivators. There were also some small dots in the distant horizon that he could not see clearly. Fellow Daoist John, what's the situation? Cui Hongshan asked in a low voice. Jean Xian furrowed his brows and shook his head slightly. I don't know either. The disciple on guard duty didn't send another message. Most likely, he had already died. Even with my spiritual sense, I still can't find any traces of the sword cultivator. Oh. Cui Hongshan had a thought and asked, since there are still no traces of the sword cultivator, why don't we? Cui Hongshan did not continue, but Jean Xian clearly knew what Cui Hongshan meant. He smiled bitterly. Last time, there were several hundred sword cultivators. The disciples of my Chicken Crow Mountain who went out to ask for help barely managed to escape from their encirclement. Now that there are over 1,000 of them, I'm sure they already have the intention of killing us in a single strike. Hearing that, Cui Hongshan became even more confused. He asked again, since the sword cultivators have already attacked Chicken Crow Mountain, why didn't the Valley Master ask for more help? Will we allow them to attack a second time? Alas, fellow Daoist Cui, there is something you don't know. Jean Xian was still smiling bitterly. Right now, the sword cultivators are coming in large numbers. There are dangers everywhere. Where would we find extra people to help? Moreover, according to the previous records in the valley, sword cultivators don't harass our cultivation families too much. Even if they attack, they only attack once. If they succeed, they succeed. If they don't, they retreat. They are just low-level swordsmen who are seeking a breakthrough. There is no need for them to fight us to the death. There's something strange about today. Cui Hongshan nodded. That's right. Jean Xian replied. Last time, the sword cultivators surrounded my Chicken Crow Mountain. After fellow Daoist Han came, although there were only 10 of them, he joined forces with me and the elders of my Chicken Crow Mountain to defeat the swordsmen with the highest cultivation. They then retreated, just like what was recorded in the records. Who knows why they came back? How many disciples of your valley are there? Cui Hongshan asked again. About 400. Jean Xian understood Cui Hongshan's meaning and replied, there were only about 300 swordsmen from before. However, there were several third-grade swordsmen. I was afraid that my Chicken Crow Mountain wouldn't be able to handle them, so I sent my disciples out to ask for help. Fellow Daoist John, since that's the case, with so many sword cultivators attacking, why don't we break through the encirclement now? If we wait for them to come closer, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Cui Hongshan suggested bluntly. Isn't it the same if we wait for the sword cultivators to retreat and then come back? Hee hee. Jean Xian laughed. Fellow Daoist Cui, it's easy for you to say. Let's not talk about the fact that the sword cultivators have already surrounded us. It's already too late for us to leave. Besides, fellow Daoist Cui, you're not in charge and you don't know the difficulties of being in charge. It's easy for us to retreat, but difficult for us to come back. Behind Jean Xian's smile, there seemed to be some difficulties. It seemed like he didn't want to surrender Chicken Crow Mountain to someone else. Of course, if fellow Daoist Cui wants to leave, it'll depend on your luck to break through the encirclement now. Jean Xian said with a smile, then looked towards the horizon again. At that moment, the sword cultivators were already close enough to be seen with the naked eye and divine thought. Although he had heard the disciples report that there were more than 1,000 sword cultivators, these 1,000 people were scattered around Chicken Crow Mountain. They weren't too densely packed and weren't too terrifying. However, Cui Hongshan understood that as long as he led the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples out, they would immediately attract the attention of the sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators would then gather to attack him. The Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was just a piece of cake in the eyes of these 1,000 sword cultivators. Even if there were hundreds of sword cultivators, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. What? Are you scared? Han Bing's face was slightly pale, but she still sneered, I already told you not to come over. Now, you regret it. Humph. Cui Hongshan sneered, what is there to be afraid of? I'm still waiting to see how the 7 Possibilities sect fights against the sword cultivators. Don't worry. There are no weaklings in my 7 Possibilities sect. Even if there are tigers in the mountains, there will be tigers in the mountains. Since I said so, I'll definitely do it. Han Bing's gaze was fixed in the distance, and she replied without any trace of politeness. I'd like to see how you deal with this. Cui Hongshan's tone was exactly the same as Xiao Hua's. Let's go. We'll go out and take a look. Han Bing waved her hand and said to the 7 Possibilities sect disciples. Fellow Daoist Han. Zhang Xian said anxiously, the sword cultivators are ferocious. In my opinion, we should rely on the defense of Chicken Crow Mountain to resist for a while. When the sword cultivators' attacks are ineffective, we should retreat first. Ha ha ha, if I don't go out and fight, won't I be looked down upon by others? Han Bing laughed loudly, and led the 9-7 Possibilities sect disciples out, rushing out through the restriction opened by Zhang Xian. Seeing that there were cultivators flying out of Chicken Crow Mountain, more than 10 sword cultivators gathered together and welcomed them. Moreover, the other sword cultivators maintained their formation, and steadily approached Chicken Crow Mountain. These 10 sword cultivators were dressed in similar clothes, and they were very simple. They were all standing on flying swords. The person in the lead had a red face, and his cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the unsheathed sword realm. The flying sword under his feet was like a panel, and flames were rolling on it. He was extremely arrogant. Just wait and see. Han Bing shouted loudly, and ordered the crowd. Her figure flew forward, and at the same time, she clapped her hands, and a purplish-red bamboo segment appeared. Under the activation of her transcendence energy, a red brilliance flew out. The brilliance entered the air, and immediately turned into layers of bamboo shadows. While it absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, it surged towards the red-faced sword cultivator. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the sword cultivator laughed loudly. He formed a sword seal with his hand, and pointed his finger. Go! The flying sword under the swordsman's feet immediately accelerated, and actually turned into a ball of fire dragon, rushing towards Han Bing's Dharma treasure. Amidst the rumbling, there was actually a kacha sound, and the sky was filled with crimson red. The purplish-red brilliance was broken by the fire, and a lone bamboo segment flew into the air, and a deep cut landed on it. Hiss! Seeing this, Han Bing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and secretly cried out in pain. His Dharma treasure was of the wood attribute, and the swordsman not only had a strong attack power, but also had the fire attribute, which was his nemesis. Therefore, although the swordsman's strength was inferior to his, he still had the upper hand in the exchange of blows. Fight! Han Bing was still somewhat eager to fight. She rubbed her hands, and more than 10 green balls of light flew out, attacking the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator sneered. He opened his mouth, and a small flying sword also flew out. It was as nimble as a swimming fish, and quickly pierced through the dozens of balls of light. He watched as the balls of light turned into specks of fluorescent light and scattered in the air. Before Han Bing could shout out, "Break!" the spell in her hands also stagnated in midair. This flying sword was really too fast, and this flying sword was really too sharp. Han Bing's spell was not finished yet. Stab! At this moment, to the left of the red-faced swordsman, a tall and thin swordsman shouted coldly. A thin sword also flew out from under his feet, and with a shake in the air, it immediately turned into 3 different shapes, and quickly pierced towards Han Bing's face and chest. Damn it! Han Bing cursed. The bamboo segments in her hands swung, and several bamboo shadows blocked the flying swords, while she quickly retreated. Shameless swordsman. Following an angry roar, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Seven Skills sect clapped his hands, and a palm-sized yellow shield appeared in his hands. He channeled his Dharma power, and the shield grew to a few feet in size, flashing brilliantly as it flew behind Han Bing. As expected, 2 of the 3 sword shadows were knocked down by Han Bing's bamboo segments, but the topmost sword shadow escaped from the bamboo shadows, and directly pierced towards the shield. At this moment, Cui Hongshan and the others released their divine perception and looked over. With a muffled sound, the sword shadow pierced into the shield. The shield's brilliance became extremely bright, and the sword's radiance was also flickering incessantly. After a few breaths, the sword's radiance finally disappeared, and the shield's brilliance also stabilized. The Seven Skills sect's Dharma treasure finally blocked the flying swords. Good. A Rooster Mountain disciple beside Cui Hongshan could not help but shout. However, before he could finish his words, the red-faced swordsman's flaming sword whistled as it charged over again. With a loud bang, the shield that was a few feet in size rapidly shrunk like shattered glass, turning into palm-sized fragments that floated in the air. The Seven Skills sect's Dharma treasure was actually shattered by a sword cultivator's attack. Let's go. Seeing this, Han Bing did not dare to stay any longer. With a wave of her sleeve, the Seven Skills sect disciples hurriedly flew back to the Rooster Mountain's defense. The red-faced swordsman did not chase after them, but kept his flying sword, and continued to call for the other sword cultivators to slowly approach the Rooster Mountain. Chapter 2254. Everyone from Rooster Crow Mountain had seen the brief battle between the Seven Skills sect disciples and the sword cultivators. When Han Bing and the rest returned, no one asked. When Han Bing flew in front of Zhang Xian, she glanced at Cui Hongshan and ignored him. She asked Zhang Xian in a low voice, "Valley Master Zhang, the sword cultivators are very aggressive today. How's your Rooster Crow Mountain's defensive array? Can it withstand their attacks?" "Yes, it shouldn't be a problem." Zhang Xian smiled apologetically. "I can't say for sure, but the array was meticulously set up by your sect's elders. It should be able to withstand the sword cultivators' attacks." "All right." Han Bing raised her hand and said, "We'll rest for now. When the sword cultivators are tired from their attacks, we'll go out and fight again." "Yes, that's what I think too." Zhang Xian smiled. "As long as we can hold on for a few days and nights, the sword cultivators will retreat when they see that their attacks are hopeless." Then, Zhang Xian ordered many of his reliable disciples to guard different parts of the array. Looking outside the array, thousands of sword cultivators had already surrounded Rooster Crow Mountain. It was only then that the scale of the thousands of people could be seen. They were so densely packed that they blocked the sky. "Attack!" A loud and clear voice sounded. The thousands of sword cultivators activated the flying swords under their feet at the same time. Each of them revealed their flying sword's original appearance. Without transforming, they stabbed at the Rooster Crow Mountain's defenses. At that moment, a layer of faint brilliance flickered on Rooster Crow Mountain. It was like a light barrier that covered the entire mountain. When the thousands of flying swords stabbed the light barrier, they emitted sparks. The entire Rooster Crow Mountain was like fireworks at night, abnormally brilliant. "It's a little strange." Although Xiao Hua was sitting in the guest hall, he had been releasing his Buddhist perception the entire time. He could see everything clearly. When he saw that Rooster Crow Mountain's defenses were so tight, he could not help but be surprised. The scale of this Rooster Crow Mountain doesn't seem to be comparable to Zhongling Villa. Even Misty Mountain is slightly stronger than it, but why is the defensive array so powerful? Could it be that there's something unusual in this Rooster Crow Mountain? When he thought of that, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He thought to himself, could it be that thing? Seeing the sword cultivators' flying swords attack, Cui Hongshan's face turned pale. Han Bing's cultivation in the middle stage of Foundation establishment was forced back by 2 sword cultivators. Their Thunder Sect's disciples were at most in the early stage of Foundation establishment. How could they be their opponents? There were over 1,000 of them. It wasn't a few hundred people, nor was it a few dozen. There were only 10 people in the Thunder controlling Sect's first team. If they were spat on, they would drown. Rumble. There were a few faint loud noises. It was the flying swords of the two swordsmen at the 6th level of the drawing sword realm piercing the light shield. The brilliance of the light shield was somewhat dim. Fortunately, the two swordsmen seemed to be tired after stabbing a few times. They stopped and the brilliance of the light shield gradually recovered. Jean Xian didn't panic too much. He only released his divine sense and observed the state of the entire defense. After waiting for 4 hours, Jean Xian waved his hand again and a small silver flag appeared in his hand. He waved it from time to time, and rays of light flew out as if he was repairing the array. The cultivators of Rooster Crow Mountain and the disciples of Seven Possibilities Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect were also waiting for Jean Xian's orders. This was especially so for Cui Hongshan. It was his first time being the leader of a small team. He didn't understand how to command the disciples in battle, so he wanted to see how Jean Xian would take charge. Seeing that night had arrived, what was originally a lively scene of birds returning to their nests had now become the clamor of sword cultivators baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. A dozen sword cultivators dressed in the same attire stopped their attacks and formed a straight line. Under the command of an older swordsman, they urged their flying swords to continuously attack a point at the top of Rooster Crow Mountain. The sword flowers kept appearing at the same point. Quick! Cui Hongshan was a little anxious. He pointed his hand and said, "Valley Master Jean, there are a dozen swordsmen attacking the same place. Don't let them break the array." Hee. Jean Xian glanced and laughed. There's no need to be afraid. If a normal array is attacked at the same place, it will break the restriction. This is also a normal method to break an array. However, my Rooster Crow Mountain's array isn't afraid. After the attack, the restriction will automatically heal. It won't break because of continuous attacks at the same place. Indeed, after the sword flowers appeared, the brilliance of the array did not weaken because of it. Instead, the dermic power fluctuations on it became more vigorous. Seeing such a situation, the dozen sword cultivators also gave up. After resting for a while, they formed a formation again and attacked the light barrier together. The light barrier glowed again. These sword cultivators are really persistent. They know that they can't break it, yet they are still so respectful. Cui Hongshan frowned slightly. Yes, it's a little strange. Jean Xian nodded as well. If it were a normal record, these sword cultivators would know that this place is very difficult to deal with. They would have left long ago. This was the second time Jean Xian had said that. Clearly, he did not understand either. How long can Rooster Crow Mountain's array last? Han Bing muttered to herself for a moment and asked softly. Let me tell you, fellow Han. If these sword cultivators attack without rest, it can last for 10 days. Jean Xian looked at the night sky and explained, of course, as long as they rest for a while, this array will naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and repair itself. It can also buy time. Only 10 days? Han Bing's expression changed slightly. She asked anxiously, is Rooster Crow Mountain spirit stones insufficient? Jean Xian smiled bitterly. He looked to his left and said softly, my Rooster Crow Mountain is not above the spirit vein. It's only because of that thing here that we established our foundation here. This array cannot rely on that thing and can only be supported by spirit stones. Take a look, fellow Han. This array protects the entire Rooster Crow Mountain. The amount of spirit stones it consumes is extremely shocking. Although my Rooster Crow Mountain is rich, it can't withstand the attacks of thousands of sword cultivators for 10 days and 10 nights. Sigh, thousands of sword cultivators. This is indeed something that I did not expect. Han Bing sighed. Could it be that those sword cultivators have received some news? If we look at the current situation, it is indeed a little strange. Jean Xian smiled bitterly. However, my Rooster Crow Mountain is not well known in the country of Shi. It seems that those sword cultivators can't possibly know anything about it, right? I hope so. Han Bing pondered. After a moment, she asked, when should we attack? Tomorrow at noon. Jean Xian waved the small flag and used his divine thought to check for a moment before answering. At that time, the array will have consumed 30% of its energy. We will go out to meet the sword cultivators and let the array absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover some. All right. Han Bing waved her hand and said, we will go back and rest for now. Valley Master Jean, inform me tomorrow at noon. After Han Bing left, Cui Hongshan stood for a while and asked, I don't understand. Why don't we go out to meet the enemy now? Why wait until noon tomorrow? Please tell me, Valley Master Jean. It's actually very simple. Jean Xian did not want to answer, but seeing that Cui Hongshan was also a helper of the Imperial Thunder sect, he smiled and said, these sword cultivators have just arrived today. They are like tigers in a spurt of energy. If we fight with them today, the ones who will suffer losses will naturally be us cultivators. Of course I know this. Cui Hongshan smiled and said, I think there might be other reasons. Ha ha ha, Jean Xian laughed and said, fellow Daoist Cui is really considerate. I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Cui. At noon tomorrow, my Chicken Crow Mountains array will only have 70% of its usual power. It can no longer withstand a full blow from a nascent soul cultivator, so we need to let it recover. Cui Hongshan was shocked. The Chicken Crow Mountains array is so sturdy. It can actually withstand a nascent soul cultivator? It's nothing much. Jean Xian smiled and said, isn't the Imperial Thunder Sect's array something that even a nascent soul cultivator in the late stage can't break? Back then, the seniors of my Chicken Crow Mountain had great foresight and spent a lot of effort to set up this array because they were afraid of being harassed by sword cultivators. Moreover, the sword cultivators in the past all retreated because they couldn't break the array. Cui Hongshan was really shocked by the foundation of the Chicken Crow Mountain. At the same time, he thought of the words that Han Bing and Jean Xian had just said. Fellow Daoist Cui, you all should go and rest too. I will have my disciples arrange a quiet room for you all. Jean Xian urged. The 7 Skills Sect's disciples have already fought once. Shouldn't your Imperial Thunder sect also fight with us tomorrow? Of course. Cui Hongshan cupped his hands and flew down the foothills with the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples. When the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples arranged a quiet room for Cui Hongshan and the others, who would be able to calm down? After all, they were really going to fight with sword cultivators tomorrow. Especially, after seeing the attacks of thousands of sword cultivators and the defeat of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Han Bing, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples felt even more uneasy. Captain Cui, there will definitely be a battle tomorrow. Zhen Minghui looked at everyone and said softly, in this subordinate's opinion, since we have already obtained the token of the Chicken Crow Mountain, we don't really need to fight to the death tomorrow. As long as we find an opportunity, we can escape early. What do you think, Captain? Cui Hongshan glanced at Zhen Minghui and said with a bitter smile, Senior brother Minghui, do you think that I don't want to escape with my junior brothers? Didn't you see the sword cultivators' stance? They didn't plan on letting the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples escape at all. Besides, we don't have any flying magic tools. Even if we escape, it won't be our turn. I'm afraid that the 7 Skills Sect disciples are much faster than us. That 7 Skills Sect seems to be in some kind of shady business with the Chicken Crow Mountain. Zhenhua said softly, look at how they're sending flirtatious glances at each other. There must be some unspeakable filth. Ha ha ha, senior brother Zhenhua, that's not how you use flirtatious glances. Dui Ling laughed loudly and pointed at Zhenhua. How could senior Han Bing flirtatious glances at senior Jean Xian? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed when they heard this. The tension in the quiet room was reduced by half. Yes, the Seven Skills sect is a tool refining sect. I'm afraid that the Chicken Crow Mountain is a cultivation sect affiliated with the Seven Skills sect. This isn't considered strange in the Dawn Rain continent. Cui Hongshan nodded and said, this is a matter between them. It has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder sect. Tomorrow, we will, actually, there's no need to be so nervous. A lazy voice sounded. Chapter 2255. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xiao Hua, who had been sitting behind them with his eyes closed. From the looks of it, the sword cultivators might be coveting something from Pheasant Crying Mountain. Tomorrow, we will go out and fight to see how things go. If it really doesn't work out, we will immediately escape. We are not disciples of Pheasant Crying Mountain, so the sword cultivators might not care. Furthermore, they only want something from Pheasant Crying Mountain and won't care if others escape. Xiao Hua, the problem now is that we can't outrun the sword cultivators. Dui Ling said very seriously. She had always ignored Xiao Hua and called him martial uncle, just like how Xiao Hua dealt with Cui Hongshan. We have to run even if we can't. We have no reason to work for Pheasant Crying Mountain. Xiao Hua scoffed. Up until now, Pheasant Crying Mountain still hasn't been honest with us. Who knows what secrets they have? That's right. I also feel that there must be a big secret. Dui Chimeng echoed. Otherwise, the sword cultivators wouldn't have gathered here after retreating last time. What if the disciples of Pheasant Crying Mountain go to Sky Patrol City and report that the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect left them in the lurch? Ming Mao blinked and asked. That's right. This is the most difficult. This is what I am worried about. Cui Hongshan sighed. My Imperial Thunder sect cannot lose face. Tisk. Xiao Hua sneered. They have to be able to escape. Junior brother Xiao, they can't escape, but we can? Qiu Su also sighed. Since we can escape, they can also escape. That's right. Cui Hongshan nodded. What I'm thinking about is how to fight tomorrow to save our lives. I only hope that the sword cultivators aren't coveting something from Pheasant Crying Mountain. After besieging them for a few days, they will retreat. We, the direct disciples of Thunderclap Palace, do have a way to attack. Zhen Hua suggested. However, we need to work together and practice a lot in order to succeed. That's right. The female cultivators of Dui Thunder sect also have this kind of combined attack technique. Dui Chimeng nodded. Hence, everyone started to discuss the two kinds of joint attack techniques. Cui Hongshan and Jin Minghui nodded and exchanged a glance. Cui Hongshan said, since there are more disciples from Thunder Palace, let's use their joint attack technique. Let's not waste any more time, don't count me in. Another untimely voice sounded. What are you doing? Xiao Hua, do you not want to live anymore? Cui Hongshan stood up and said angrily. Hongshan Dui Chimeng hurriedly pulled Cui Hongshan back and smiled. It's just one night. We might not even be able to familiarize ourselves with each other. One more Xiao Hua or one less Xiao Hua doesn't make a difference. If he doesn't want to train, then so be it. You. Cui Hongshan was so angry that he sat down and stopped talking. Junior brother Xiao, if you don't want to train, then go and meditate. Dui Chimeng smiled and said, just stay behind us tomorrow. Nothing will happen. Xiao Hua looked at everyone. Everyone had different looks in their eyes. Some were puzzled, some were disdainful, but fortunately, no one was taking joy in his misfortune. Little brother just feels that it's useless to do any joint attack technique now. Tomorrow, as long as we stand back to back and form a circle, we won't be in too much danger. Xiao Hua smiled and said, then let's wait until the crisis here is over before discussing the joint attack technique. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. However, Cui Hongshan sneered and said, you think you're the only smart one? Can't this Chui and the others think of it? Even if we form a circle, we don't have to worry about our backs. However, don't forget that behind us is Chicken Crow Mountain. How can there be a sword cultivator? Even if we form a circle, if a 5th stage sword cultivator flies over with his flying sword, who among us can block it? Alright, this is Zhao's suggestion. Just wait and practice. As Xiao Hua spoke, he turned around and walked out of the quiet room. He entered a quiet room nearby, opened the restriction, and actually closed the door to meditate. This vile spawn. Cui Hongshan was very angry. We're discussing how to fight and how to survive, yet he's mocking and ridiculing us, giving us blind ideas. Tell me, how can this Cui not be angry? Everyone was silent. Previously, Xiao Hua was a bit strange, so everyone endured it. However, what he said today was incomprehensible to everyone. AI, Captain Cui, everyone has their own ambitions. Zhen Minghui looked at Dui Qimeng's helpless expression and smiled apologetically. Perhaps Xiao Hua has his own ideas, or perhaps he has his own way to survive. He can survive? Even monkeys know how to laugh. Cui Hongshan snorted. Just foundation establishment. Speaking up to here, Cui Hongshan paused slightly. After all, there were 3 aura refining disciples who hadn't built their foundation for a long time here. How could he say this? Let's continue with the joint attack technique. Dui Qimeng hurriedly said. After all, the more proficient we are, the more we can survive. Not to mention that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were practicing their joint attack techniques. Xiao Hua was sitting in a quiet room, calm and collected. The 10 people formed a circle, which was within his range of assistance. Even if 9 people were attacked at the same time, he could still rescue them. AI, there's no other way. Xiao Hua sighed. The higher you stand, the further you can see. How can others know that what you say is the most correct? This young master has to go and see what 7 Skills Sect and Chicken Crow Mountain are exchanging glances with each other. If it's that thing, then this young master can't come here in vain. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure gradually disappeared like an ink painting fading. It was the devil technique that Zhang Qingxiao gave Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua flew out of the quiet room and immediately arrived at the valley of Chicken Crow Mountain. He released his Buddhist awareness and looked around. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian wasn't at the foot of the mountain. There was only another early-stage foundation establishment cultivator from Chicken Crow Mountain holding the command flag. At this time, outside Chicken Crow Mountain, many sword cultivators were still attacking without any pause. The brilliant sword light and all kinds of flying swords attacked the light barrier one after another. It was even more dazzling than during the day. Just a moment ago, you were still guarding this place. My Imperial Thunder Sect left for a while and then you left by yourself. If there's nothing fishy, then who would be convinced? Xiao Hua coldly snorted and raised his eyes to look inside Chicken Crow Mountain Valley. These places were all on top of the stone walls. There weren't any stairs or passageways, so they could only fly over. At the entrance of each stone wall, there were 2 disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain guarding it. However, how could this be enough to stop Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua landed on the ground and with a flash, he entered the ground and directly flew towards the stone wall. Oh! This Chicken Crow Mountain's great formation is indeed tight. Xiao Hua landed on the ground and soon encountered a layer of restriction. This restriction was the same as the formation outside the mountain. Xiao Hua naturally understood that it was the great formation of Chicken Crow Mountain. Following this restriction, Xiao Hua went up the stone wall. When he saw another thin layer of restriction, Xiao Hua knew that this was the restriction on the stone wall. He didn't dare to be careless, fearing that he would destroy the entire great formation. After circling around, he discovered that the restriction on the stone wall wasn't connected to the great formation. Moreover, it was a kind of warning formation and not a defensive formation. Choosing a seemingly ordinary place, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out several spirit talismans. Soon after, he hit them on the restriction. Once the spirit talismans came into contact with the restriction, they immediately merged with it. Rise. Xiao Hua was very confident. With a grab of his hand, several spirit talismans flashed with a strange brilliance. Following which, a gap the size of a person appeared in the restriction. At the same time, an ear-piercing sound and a strange magic power fluctuation were emitted. Hee. Xiao Hua didn't find it strange at all. His figure flashed and flew into the gap. With a grab of his hand, several spirit talismans fell into his hand and his figure disappeared again. In just a short moment, two figures flew over with extreme speed. It was Han Bing and Zhang Xian. It's here. Zhang Xian pointed with his hand and looked nervously at the place where Xiao Hua entered. That's not right. Han Bing's divine sense swept over and frowned. The restriction here is intact. There aren't any traces of damage. That's right. Zhang Xian was also puzzled. He scanned with his divine sense again and said strangely. Haha. I'm afraid Valley Master Zhang is too nervous. Han Bing laughed loudly. She spread out her divine sense again and looked forward a little. Zhang Xian scratched his head and said with a smile, that's right. Right now, there are thousands of swordsmen attacking outside Rooster Cry Mountain. I can't help but be nervous. That's strange again. Han Bing was a little puzzled. How could sword cultivators know that Rooster Cry Mountain has the Tai Green Light Mother? Did the news leak somewhere? I'm also puzzled. Zhang Xian said with a bitter smile. Ever since my Rooster Cry Mountain received the help of Seven Skills Sect and discovered the Tai Green Light Mother, we have been very low-key. All the cultivators in the country of Shi don't know about it. How could sword cultivators know? Could it be that we're being overly suspicious? Han Bing said doubtfully. I hope we're wrong. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. If sword cultivators find out that there's the Tai Green Light Mother here, I'm afraid they'll turn out in full force. Hee, that's right. Han Bing said with a smile. This Tai Green Light is really too important to sword cultivators. Their flying swords have been tempered by the Tai Green Light Mother, who knows how much more powerful they are now. Unfortunately, this Tai Green Light Mother is too small. Only 2 flying swords can be tempered at a time. Zhang Xian said regretfully. Also, for some reason, this Tai Green Light Mother is getting weaker by the year. Supposedly, the Tai Green Light Mother is the mother of innate gold qi. It can extract an extremely small amount of innate gold qi from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to repair itself. This isn't considered a pity. It's a pity that our 7 Skills Sect can't move the Tai Green Light Mother to the Lianyan Sea. Otherwise, Valley Master Zhang wouldn't have to live here and live in fear every day. Han Bing laughed. I'm afraid no one in the Dawn Rain continent knows that the disciples of Rooster Cry Mountain have long belonged to 7 Skills Sect. Hee, Senior Brother Han, you can't let the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect hear this. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Otherwise, the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect will be a laughing stock. They actually died for 7 Skills Sect. Hee, they're going to die at the hands of sword cultivators tomorrow. How would they know about this? Han Bing sneered. They're just early-stage Foundation establishment brats, yet they want to come to Rooster Cry Mountain? They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Oh right, Valley Master Zhang, the next time you send a messenger disciple, you must be careful. You must not make any mistakes. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qidian. Calm. Chapter 2256. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xian cupped his hands and said, however, tomorrow, are we not retreating? Yes, the Pavilion Master has ordered that this Tai Green Light Mother is extremely important and cannot be lost. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and said, if the Pavilion Master has such intentions, he should have sent more disciples. Cough cough, Han Bing coughed twice and said, how would the pavilion master know that the sword cultivators would send so many swordsmen? Furthermore, if more disciples from our 7 skills sect came, everyone would notice Chicken Crow Mountain. Jean Xian shook his head and turned around, saying, since that's the case, we still need to discuss tomorrow's battle. Even if the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples have to risk their lives to block some sword cultivators and make some sacrifices, our Chicken Crow Mountain disciples cannot be lost. Furthermore, tomorrow is only a test. The real retreat will be 3 days later. Tomorrow, we cannot let the sword cultivators see that we are not sincere in fighting. Isn't that easy? Han Bing said as she walked, we just need to defend Chicken Crow Mountain with our disciples. But I don't want to lose more disciples tomorrow. Jean Xian's voice came from afar. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua's figure was concealed. He was several feet away and could hear the two's words clearly. They are actually using our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples as sacrifices. Furthermore, this Chicken Crow Mountain is actually 7 skills sect's territory. How can I not take this Tai Green Light Mother? However, if the 7 skills sect can't take it away, I'm afraid I can't either. Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant, then he sneered, even if I can't take it away, I'll still bring disaster to you and make you regret it endlessly. Then, Xiao Hua did not reveal himself and flew into the depths of the restriction. The interior of the cave was tangled and complicated. Xiao Hua was almost dazzled. After much difficulty, he finally found a secret place. This was a fist-sized black hole that was completely unremarkable. There was nothing special about it in his divine sense. No one would pay much attention to it if they flew past it. However, Xiao Hua could feel it because an extremely sharp aura was faintly emitted from the fist-sized black hole. That aura was emitted by the Tai green light in the dream execution dream. Oh. That's strange. When Xiao Hua executed his earth movement technique with the intention of entering the black hole, he noticed that the surroundings of the black hole were extremely hard, and it was actually even harder than metal. So, he was utterly unable to enter it. Then, Xiao Hua flew into the distance and entered the stone wall, heading towards the black hole. However, as soon as he came into contact with the black hole, he was blocked by a layer of metal. Earth escape couldn't work. I understand. Xiao Hua immediately realizes, this so-called Tai Green Light Mother has long since condensed the surrounding area into gold and stone because it released the Tai Green Light. Naturally, he couldn't enter through the earth escape technique. Only the metal escape technique that yours truly didn't know could be used, right? No wonder the 7 possibilities sect's cultivators couldn't move it away. They must have been blocked here. This fist-sized black hole indeed baffled the cultivators of the 7 possibilities sect, but could it baffle Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua kept all the storage bags and other items into his space. His entire body gradually shrunk and turned into a long and thin line. His body floated and shot into the black hole like an arrow. Xiao Hua used a transformation technique and flew into the black hole. Before he could stop, a reddish-yellow light pierced into his eyes. Xiao Hua hastily closed his eyes in shock. However, the yellow light in front of him was still as dazzling as before. At the same time, Xiao Hua immediately released his divine sense in an attempt to see the situation around him. However, a sharp pain came from his divine sense, comparable to the pain of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit being torn apart. Ouch! Xiao Hua was afraid of hurting his divine sense and quickly retracted it. Then, 10,000 rays of red and yellow light shot out from under his feet like 10,000 swords, piercing towards his eyes. Pooh! Xiao Hua wasn't sure if this was what he felt or what he really saw. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and the red and green execution dream flew out. It drew a sharp arc in the air and flew towards the rays of light that were piercing towards him. However, as soon as the execution dream entered the red and yellow light, Xiao Hua immediately felt an extremely warm and familiar feeling. It was as warm as the sun. It was the light that shone on the execution dream, and Xiao Hua's primordial spirit felt it. An inexplicable joy and a strange calmness came from the execution dream. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit also felt a kind of reliance, a reliance that would no longer be a threat. Thus, the originally sharp red and yellow light immediately became gentle, as if a ball of warm light had wrapped around Xiao Hua. Good boy. This is really the mother of the Tai green light. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He knew that it was the Tai green light on the execution dream that allowed him to escape the power of the innate gold qi. Xiao Hua tried to open his eyes. Although the yellow light was still glaring, it was more like the warmth of a mother and less cold. Ah! Although Xiao Hua was already prepared, seeing the endless illusion around him, he still cried out in shock. Inside the yellow light, there were many flying swords, many weapons, and all kinds of other things. They were constantly changing, as if it was another world, almost sucking his gaze in. Following Xiao Hua's cry of surprise, his gaze had already penetrated far into the illusion, and he almost couldn't retract his gaze. Xiao Hua hurriedly closed his eyes, feeling dizzy. He felt that his entire body had fallen into the illusion just now, and his body had already turned into one of the billions of weapons. When his body stopped spinning, Xiao Hua felt his limbs and knew that he hadn't fallen into the illusion. Only then did he carefully open his eyes, not daring to face the red and yellow light directly. At this time, Xiao Hua's execution dream had already flown down a few feet and was revolving around a golden light spot smaller than a green bean. The endless red and yellow light came from this golden light spot. From time to time, there would also be strands of green light shooting out. As soon as these green lights shot out, they were immediately absorbed by the two flying swords near the dream executioner. Needless to say, these two flying swords were the flying swords refined by the Seven Skills sect. This golden light spot was the mother of the Tai green light. What? What mother of the Tai green light? Xiao Hua saw this light spot and suddenly realized. Isn't this the origin of metal? But then, Xiao Hua shook his head. No, the origin of metal is incomparably sharp, just like the origin of fire. It can't exist in this world in any form, it can only merge with the void. At this time, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit, which was studying the ghost cultivation method and other jade slips, transmitted a trace of enlightenment. Immediately, Xiao Hua understood. This is the innate gold essence. Not only can it produce Tai green light, but it's also a rare item used by the ancient celestials to refine magic tools. Good heavens, it's probably the spiritual tool used by the ancient celestials to refine magic tools. I haven't even seen a spiritual tool before. Xiao Hua was practically beaming with joy. Xiao Hua was still too shallow. How could a spiritual tool compare to an item used by the ancient celestials? If he had the ability, he could use this item to refine a spiritual treasure, or even a heavenly spiritual treasure. However, Xiao Hua only knew about spiritual tools. Not to mention heavenly spiritual treasures, he hadn't even heard of spiritual treasures. But, how do I take away this innate gold essence? Xiao Hua kept the dream executioner and also the two flying swords without any trace of politeness. His eyes didn't dare to look directly at the innate gold essence. He scratched his head and thought, I don't know if my primordial spirit method will work. Since he couldn't release his divine sense, he probably couldn't store this item in his storage bag like ordinary cultivators. Only Xiao Hua's space could store this item. Let's give it a try. Xiao Hua thought that a thief wouldn't leave empty-handed. He released his primordial spirit to store the innate gold essence into his space. Hiss. As expected, his primordial spirit didn't feel the sharpness of the reddish-yellow brilliance. Once it touched the innate gold essence, it immediately felt like it was being cut apart. Fortunately, it wasn't the first time Xiao Hua split his primordial spirit, so he could endure it. Store. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, and the yellow light that filled the sky immediately disappeared. The innate gold essence was actually successfully stored by Xiao Hua into his space. Along with the pitch-black darkness before Xiao Hua's eyes, an extremely sharp strand of sword qi swept past, and then it vanished. However, Xiaohua didn't care. After all, this yellow light was an illusion, and that sword qi was just one of them. No matter how sharp it was, it wouldn't attract Xiaohua's attention. Ha ha ha! At this time, Xiaohua could only endure the pain of his primordial spirit. He happily threw the innate gold essence into an extremely remote corner of his space. Fortunately, although the golden light of the innate gold essence was powerful, it was obedient under the light of light tracing after entering Xiaohua's space. It wasn't as arrogant as it was in the outside world, and Xiaohua's spiritual herbs and other items weren't damaged. Following which, Xiaohua released his divine sense. At this time, there was nothing in the space of Tu Zhang. It was empty. Let's go. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we'll be caught like a turtle in a jar. Xiaohua thought in his heart, but then he spat again. Damn it, it's catching me in a jar. Naturally, when Xiaohua returned to the quiet room without anyone noticing, Zhang Xian of Chicken Crow Mountain and Han Bing of Qiqiao sect didn't notice that the Tai Green Qi mother they valued so much had been taken away by Xiaohua. And the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect who were busy practicing their joint attack techniques didn't know that Xiaohua had left and returned. After swallowing a few green spirit pills, Xiaohua continued to close his eyes and rest. He was determined. Whoever asked him, he cultivated here and didn't leave at all. Of course, until noon the next day, no one came to question him. Instead, he received a communication talisman from Cui Hongshan. Hearing Cui Hongshan's voice, Xiaohua didn't wait for him to finish speaking and broke it. He stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Sure enough, in the quiet room next door, everyone was waiting in formation, each of them nervous. Seeing Xiaohua come in, Cui Hongshan said coldly, "How is it? Have you decided? Are you going to fight with us, or are you going to stay in this Chicken Crow Mountain?" Chapter 2257. Is there a difference? Xiaohua replied indifferently. If you want to be a coward and get the protection of Chicken Crow Mountain, then stay here. Cui Hongshan said bluntly, if you want to be a qualified disciple of Imperial Thunder sect, then follow us into battle. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. Whether I go or not, I'm still a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect. I won't stop being a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect just because of your words. Xiaohua sneered. Actually, I don't want to risk my life for Chicken Crow Mountain. However, since you all are going, I have no reason to not go. Otherwise, you all will really think of me as a coward. That's right. Dui Ling immediately clapped. I told you, Xiaohua will definitely go. Even if we die, we will die together. Go. Xiaohua glared at her and said angrily, if you want to die, then go die by yourself. Don't drag me along. Hee hee. Dui Ling wasn't angry at all. He covered his mouth and laughed. And, since you decided to go, then you should have stayed last night. Seeing that Xiaohua had decided to go into battle, a rare smile appeared on Cui Hongshan's face. He said, your brain is active, so it will be easier for you to cooperate with us. In a while, when we fight, you will have a higher chance of survival. Xiaohua originally wanted to retort sarcastically, but when he saw everyone's solemn and stirring expression of, the wind is bleak, the water is cold, the brave warriors have left and will not return, he also felt respect in his heart. He waved his hand and said, you all fight to your heart's content, I will be behind you. Ha ha ha. Ming Mao was the first to laugh. She shouted, Xiaohua, Xiaohua, you really have the nerve to say that. I didn't practice any joint attack techniques. Naturally, it's best for me to hide behind you all. Xiaohua said indifferently. Don't listen to Xiaohua's nonsense. Cui Hongshan waved his hand. On the battlefield, who will care about him? If he doesn't fight, how can he let us protect him? Let's go. Immediately, Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui led the way out of the quiet room. Following the route they entered yesterday, they arrived at the foothills of Chicken Crow Mountain. At this moment, the sword cultivators were still attacking. However, they had already changed into two groups, one group resting and one attacking. Hee, fellow Taoist Chui, you really came. At this time, Jean Xian was already wearing a thin layer of armor, which was faintly glowing. It was obviously a protective Dharma artifact. When he saw the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples all come forward, he said happily, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples really live up to their reputation. This Jean is impressed. If it wasn't for yesterday, Xiao Hua would have thought that Jean Xian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, when he looked at Jean Xian's smile, he felt endless darkness and cunning. We are all disciples of the Tao sect. Sword cultivators are our common enemy. How can I not help? Cui Hongshan cupped his hands and smiled. It's best if you can contribute. Another voice rang out. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to contribute much strength. He needs help from others. Needless to say, this voice belonged to Han Bing from the Seven Skills sect. Humph. Cui Hongshan did not hold back at this time. He did not know whether he would live or die in a while. Who would give face to others? Although this Cui is in the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, I may not be like some people who were defeated in a single exchange and ran back like a stray dog. If it wasn't for the swordsman's mercy, I'm afraid some people would have died today. Ha ha ha, Han Bing was not angry at all. She pointed her finger and said, it's all nonsense now. Jean Xian pointed and said, if we attack from all four sides at the same time, then these thousands of swordsmen can attack us at the same time. However, if we attack from only one side, then only the swordsmen from one side can fight with us. The swordsmen from the other three sides do not know that we are attacking in full force. They must be afraid that some disciples will break through from other sides, so they will not dare to mobilize all their swordsmen. Oh, I see. Cui Hongshan suddenly understood. Humph, what? Xiao Hua was clear in his heart. If the swordsmen from the other three sides all attacked, then needless to say, the sword cultivators were not coveting the Tai green light of Chicken Crow Mountain, but merely attacking. If the cultivators from the other three sides were left behind, then what else was there to say? They simply wanted to obtain the natural Golden Mother in their hands and not let the news leak out. After another hour, the disciples of the Rooster Crow Mountain had all gathered. Jean Xian glanced at them and extended his hand, taking out a storage pouch from his bosom. He handed it over to a disciple beside him and ordered, go, distribute the yellow talismans in this storage pouch. These yellow talismans will allow you to freely enter and exit the restriction of Chicken Crow Mountain for 2 hours. After 2 hours, they will lose their effect. These yellow talismans only need to be activated by the Heart Sutra of our Chicken Crow Mountain. Yes. That disciple accepted it and flew down to distribute the yellow talismans. Then, Jean Xian took out some yellow talismans and gave them to Cui Hongshan and Han Bing, saying, these are specially made yellow talismans for 7 Possibilities Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect. The effect is for 4 hours. You only need to activate it with your magic power. Of course, fellow Taoists need not worry that these yellow talismans will fall into the hands of sword cultivators. Their sword energy will not be able to activate them. All right. Cui Hongshan took them and gave them to everyone. All right. After waiting for everyone to take the yellow talismans, Jean Xian flew into the air and raised his voice, fellow disciples, this is a crucial moment for the survival of our Chicken Crow Mountain. This is also a chance for the heavens to test our Chicken Crow Mountain. Your loyalty to our Chicken Crow Mountain will be tested in this battle. I won't say anything else. All of you, do your best to kill the enemy. Only by killing the sword cultivators can our Chicken Crow Mountain survive. Otherwise, our Chicken Crow Mountain will be destroyed in the hands of sword cultivators. Are all of you confident? Yes. All the disciples shouted loudly. Their auras were instantly ignited. What? I didn't hear it. What did you say? Jean Xian angrily said. We are confident that we can kill all of the sword cultivators. All the disciples shouted again. Their auras were like rainbows. Good, I heard it. Jean Xian clapped his hands and said, if you are a disciple of my Chicken Crow Mountain, then follow me to kill the sword cultivators. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he was the first to rush out of the Chicken Crow Mountain's restriction. Kill! The disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain roared angrily. They formed a neat formation and rushed out of the restriction with artifacts and other items in their hands. Good heavens! As expected of an aristocratic family of artifact refiners. Everyone actually has an artifact. Seeing the disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain rush out with artifacts, Cui Hongshan and the other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were dumbfounded. Let's go too. Cui Hongshan glanced at Han Bing. He instructed and flew up first. Yes. Zhen Minghui and the rest responded. They followed behind Cui Hongshan and rushed into the restriction. Xiao Hua was still flying at the back. Although she still had the bamboo joint in her hand, her opponent was not the sword cultivator from yesterday. The bamboo joint rolled and flowed down like a continuous river. The sword cultivator's flying sword broke through one after another, but there seemed to be no end to it. The sword cultivator's forehead was covered in sweat. The sword energy in his body had been greatly depleted. Kill! Hearing Han Bing's angry roar, the sword cultivator was shocked. Indeed, Han Bing's bamboo joint suddenly expanded and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Like a huge tree, it struck down from the sky. The whistling sound of the wind was extremely sharp and it hit the sword cultivator's forehead. Go! The sword cultivator did not retreat. He formed a sword seal and his flying sword also expanded. Like an iron awl, it rushed into the air and pierced through. With a poof, the bamboo joint was easily broken by the flying sword. The flying sword pierced into the bamboo joint. However, Han Bing did not seem to be depressed. Instead, there was a trace of a smile on her face. Oh no! The sword cultivator was stunned and immediately came to his senses. However, he was still too late. With a poof, an inch-long sword tip pierced through the sword cultivator's sword energy defense and protruded from his chest. There was still fresh blood on the tip of the sword. How is this possible? The sword cultivator lowered his head and looked at the bright red sword tip. With an incredulous voice, he fell from the sky. The sword cultivator's attack is extremely powerful, but how can it compare to the Dao Sect's tactics? Han Bing looked at the sword cultivator's corpse and sneered. All I need to do is break your flying sword. What else do you have to rely on? Of course, this was easy to say but difficult to do. Along with the sword cultivator's corpse that Han Bing killed, the corpses of several Rooster Mountain disciples also fell. None of the corpses of these disciples were intact. All of them had broken arms and legs. Although the number of people in each team was different, when the flying swords of these swordsmen flew out at the same time, the flying swords had different styles and power. They could condense into dozens of huge flying swords that were similarly incomparably fast, with the same piercing sound of the wind and the same flashing sword light. They also attacked the Dharma artifacts of the Rooster Mountain disciples. Rumble. 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 Almost continuous sounds rang out, causing the entire Rooster Mountain to tremble. The might of the air waves caused the snowflakes on the ground to gradually rise, and layers of snow white covered the horizon. After the Dharma artifacts clashed, there were screams. Some of the flying swords were not as good as the Dharma artifacts, and some of the Dharma artifacts were not as good as the flying swords. Regardless of the situation, blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the snow mist into a bloody mist. The bloody mist ignited the sky on one side of the Rooster Mountain. The flowers of blood were like flames again. The battle was so intense that the smell of blood had already permeated the entire battlefield. Cui Hongshan and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were also facing tremendous pressure. There were only 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and they flew out late, so they were slightly off from the main battlefield. The ones facing them were also a few low-level swordsmen and those with pregnant swords. At this moment, Cui Hongshan was flying at the very front. The two thunder pearls danced in front of him like dancing notes. Seeing the flying sword of a swordsman with a drawn sword flickering with traces of blood as it flew over, he did not dare to be careless. As he activated the Dharma seal, the thunder pearls collided, producing a bolt of lightning that quickly struck the flying sword. Lightning was the nemesis of flying swords. The bolt of lightning instantly swallowed the entire flying sword, and traces of electricity lingered around the flying sword. The body of the swordsman in the distance trembled rapidly, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. Attack! Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. He activated the thunder pearls again and flew towards the swordsman, wanting to take the opportunity to kill him. However, the swordsman's hand formed another Dharma seal, and the brilliance on the flying sword shone brightly. It actually swallowed the entire bolt of lightning, and the flying sword flew up again, piercing towards Cui Hongshan's body. Chapter 2259. Pa! Cui Hongshan hurriedly pointed his finger, and one of the lightning beads suddenly flew back to defend, hitting the flying sword. The flying sword's tip was knocked askew, and it brushed past Cui Hongshan's shoulder, while the lightning bead also flew askew into the air. Don't think of leaving. Dui Chimeng was standing guard not far behind Cui Hongshan. Seeing that Cui Hongshan was almost in danger, he anxiously threw the lightning bottle in his hand into the air. Several lightning bolts struck the flying sword. That flying sword was like a bird struck by lightning, suddenly falling from the sky. Before it could fall half a foot, it turned into fragments. Not to mention the sword cultivator, even Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. No one expected that Dui Chimeng's lightning bottle would have such power. The swordsman's flying sword was shattered and he was seriously injured. He hastily retreated. Where are you going? Su Qing immediately waved her fire-controlling fan and a raging flame rushed towards the swordsman. The other swordsman beside the swift swordsman also pointed his finger and a raging flame-like flying sword rushed over, blocking the flames of the fire-controlling fan. Therefore, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect also forgot about the joint attack technique at the beginning of the battle and started to fight on their own. Xiao Hua's opponent was a second-grade swordsman. He was majestic and powerful, and his flying sword was also unique. It was like a brass mace that flew up to smash people. Xiao Hua didn't mind. He flew very slowly. His hands were either holding incantations or yellow talismans. He didn't take out any magic tools or magic treasures, but these incantations and yellow talismans were incomparably sharp. Every time at the critical moment, they would rescue Xiao Hua from the swordsman's flying sword. Xiao Hua's acting was very good, and he looked to be in an abnormally difficult situation. This slowly incited the anger of the swordsman. Clearly, a flying sword could smash him to death, but he was always a step away. Even after another strike, he still couldn't be smashed to death. Dui Ling's lightning seal and Zhen Hua's thunder-trapping bead were also useful. Each of them faced two sword-nurturing cultivators. Although there were occasional dangers, they were generally scared but not in danger. Before Zhang Xian sent out the signal, the corner where the thunder-controlling sect was fighting had actually been evenly matched and hadn't suffered any losses. However, after Zhang Xian's signal and the sword cultivator's signal were sent out, the opponents of the Imperial Thunder sect disciples also began to form a formation. Furthermore, the swordsmen who were previously fighting with the disciples of the Rooster Crow Mountain around the Imperial Thunder sect also began to gather towards this side. Cui Hongshan did not dare to dawdle and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Imperial Thunder sect disciples, listen to my command, form a team." Yes. All the disciples hurriedly got out of their respective fights and flew up into the air, one higher than the other. Xiao Hua, don't you have some kind of magic weapon? Why aren't you using it? Seeing Xiao Hua flying alone beside everyone, Cui Hongshan berated, even if you can't protect everyone, you have to protect yourself first. Actually, Xiaohua originally wanted to take out the cloud-suppressing seal. His hand was already stretched out, but when he heard Cui Hongshan's urging, he rolled his eyes and said, "That transcendent artifact will consume my transcendence energy. Let's wait first." "Wait, wait." Cui Hongshan angrily said, "Wait until you lose your life." However, at this moment, the 20 or so flying swords on the opposite side actually attacked at the same time. The huge flying swords that were formed let out a rumbling sound. Before the swords even reached their bodies, the sword intent had already enveloped them. A kind of austere, a kind of cold, a kind of ruthlessness, and a kind of bloodiness enveloped the bodies and minds of the 10 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Good, good, it's indeed powerful. Xiaohua smacked his lips and slowly took out the cloud-suppressing seal. However, he still held it in his hand and did not take it out. Fight. Cui Hongshan's eyes revealed a resolute look. He clapped his hands and actually took out 4 lightning pearls. Each of them flashed with lightning when they collided, forming a rhombus shape to attack the huge flying swords. Following closely behind was Dui Chimeng's lightning bottle. At this moment, the lightning bottle was already flashing with lightning, as if a heavenly lightning had been taken out. After that was Zhen Minghui's lightning brick. The lightning brick had already been pushed to the limit by Zhen Minghui. It was a full 10 feet in size, green and red in color, and had the strength of 1,000 caddies. After the lightning brick, it was Su Qing who was on the second floor. Her imperial fire fan was fanned until it turned red. A red flame like a fire dragon spiraled above the lightning brick. As it swam, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and pounced towards the huge swords. Zhenhua's thunder-trapping pearl was the most inconspicuous. Streaks of lightning seeped out and followed the fire dragon. It was like a fire dragon playing with a pearl, flying towards the huge swords without any hesitation. Qiu Su's fire-congealing pillar was the most dazzling at this moment. A huge pillar of fire seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. It was also like a collapsed volcano. From top to bottom, it smashed towards the huge swords. The hoo-hoot sound of the wind was enough to make people tremble in fear. Ming Mu's lightning whip was a treasure for close combat. At this moment, it was somewhat lacking. However, the lightning whip was like a spirit snake dancing in the air. It also emitted a foot-long lightning and attacked the sword cultivator with the fire-congealing pillar. On the other hand, Dui Ling, who had the weakest cultivation, pushed the thunder seal, which was similar to the cloud-suppressing seal, to the extreme. Although it wasn't as big as Zhen Minghui's lightning brick, it was still very aggressive. It followed closely behind and attacked the swordsman. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' combined attack technique was a huge bolt of lightning surrounded by flames. It directly faced the sword cultivator's huge swords. Rumble, ka-cha-cha, crisp sounds like beans being fried were heard. The lightning struck the flying swords and destroyed the entire flying swords. The 9 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' faces turned red at the same time. Their blood and chi surged, and their meridians were damaged. Looking at the 20 or so swordsmen on the opposite side, other than a few disciples with shallow cultivation who had their flying swords destroyed, the other swordsmen didn't have any major injuries. They only needed to adjust their breathing a little before flying up again. After all, it was 9 against 20. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were no match for them in terms of cultivation or numbers. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart slightly relaxed. Just now, his flying sword was already in his mouth. He wanted to save whoever he saw in danger. He didn't expect the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' foundation to be so solid. None of them were injured. Let's form a circle. Xiaohua suggested in a low voice. Okay. Cui Hongshan's magic power was somewhat lacking. His limit was 4 thunder pearls. Just now, he had overdrawn his true essence. He couldn't use 4 thunder pearls as he pleased. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. Seeing the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples forming a circle with their backs against each other, the swordsmen were happy. Weren't they preparing to be beaten? Therefore, they stopped their formation and each of them urged their flying swords to surround the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples and attack them one after another. In just a moment, Dui Ling was surrounded by danger. She was relatively unlucky. In front of her was a drawn sword swordsman who bullied the weak. Although the drawn sword swordsman was a first-grade drawn sword swordsman, it was more than enough to kill Dui Ling. Fortunately, there was a group of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples surrounding Dui Ling occasionally. They helped Dui Ling block the power of the flying sword. Thus, she was able to hold on for half a cup of tea's time. At this moment, the thunder seal was sent flying by the water-like flying sword. The remaining water flow was like a flying sword as it rapidly pierced towards Dui Ling's towering chest. Dui Ling's face unconsciously turned ashen. That flying sword was so fast that she didn't have time to use her yellow talisman. Moreover, she knew in her heart that her yellow talisman couldn't block this water flow. Beside Dui Ling were Ming Mao and Zhenhua. Each of them had their own opponents to contend with and were similarly unable to provide assistance. The two of them were also very anxious. For some reason, Dui Ling naturally turned his head before he died. He actually looked at the back of the person facing him. An indescribable feeling arose. Dui Ling. Cui Hongshan's divine perception was constantly covering the 9 people. When he saw this situation, he also felt helpless. His opponent was a drawing sword grade 3rd grade, which was slightly higher than him. He could only silently recite Dui Ling's name in his heart and retract his divine perception. He didn't dare to see the first female cultivator in his team fall. But at this moment, a strange thing happened. The sword cultivator with a sinister smile on his face suddenly held his head in his hands and suddenly fell from the sky. The water-like flying sword that no one was controlling also stopped in midair. It was pressing against Dui Ling's chest. Ming Mao was ecstatic. With a wave of her hand, a thunder-light talisman shot out. It hit the water-like flying sword and sent it flying. I didn't die. Dui Ling turned his head in disbelief and looked at Ming Mao. Martial Ant Ming Mao, you saved me? It wasn't me. Ming Mao was about to answer, but the opponent was too anxious. She didn't have time to explain. She only pointed at the falling sword cultivator and said, "Kill him." Yes. Dui Ling answered casually and pointed his finger. The thunder strike chased after the falling sword cultivator. Of course, there were other sword cultivators in the surroundings. They urged their flying swords to block Dui Ling's thunderstrike and fought with Dui Ling. What's going on? Cui Hongshan was baffled by the fact that he didn't hear any screams and that Dui Ling was fighting with the sword cultivator. But not long after, the same strange thing happened again. However, this time, it happened to Zhenhua. It was almost the same as Dui Ling. Just as Zhenhua was in danger, his opponent hugged his head and obediently fell from midair. He missed the opportunity to kill Zhenhua. This. Cui Hongshan was flabbergasted. Who? Where did this cowardly junior come from? He actually hides in the dark to hurt people? Cui Hongshan wasn't the only one who was baffled. The sword cultivators surrounding the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were also baffled. Their spiritual senses and flying swords rapidly scanned their surroundings, trying to find the ambushing cultivator. Kill. Cui Hongshan didn't give them a chance. He urged his artifact and led the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples to attack. This time, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' courage was somewhat bolstered. They didn't hold back at all and killed the swordsman in a moment. Damn it, this feels great. Cui Hongshan had never felt so comfortable before. We'll take this opportunity to kill our way out of the encirclement. Hurry up and run for your lives. Xiao Hua's words sounded again at an inappropriate time. Humph, you only know how to run. Cui Hongshan said coldly, where's your artifact? Still not taking it out? I lost it. Xiao Hua's words almost angered Cui Hongshan to the point that he fell from midair. How could an artifact be lost? However, fortunately, Cui Hongshan didn't ask. Otherwise, Xiaohua would have definitely made him ask Daoist Jingru. That guy would have grabbed Cui Hongshan's hand and answered him with sincerity. Let alone a magic weapon, even a life source magic weapon could be lost. Chapter 2260. Seeing that Cui Hongshan did not want to leave and was still thinking about the bet with Han Bing from Seven Skills Sect, Xiaohua coldly attacked his confidence. Look at the front of Chicken Crow Mountain. How many disciples are still alive? Don't forget, this is only the sword cultivators from one side. If the sword cultivators from the other 3 sides all come, we will definitely die. That's right. Cui Hongshan's heart quivered. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, we will fight and retreat." At the same time that Cui Hongshan decided to escape, Han Bing and Zhang Xian also made a decision. They had already found out that the sword cultivators were here for the primordial mother of gold and would definitely not let them escape. They naturally had to return to Chicken Crow Mountain and make the second step of their plan. They would make proper arrangements for the primordial mother of gold and then escape. Zhang Xian and Han Bing scanned the area with their divine senses and saw that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were slowly moving towards the outside. Both of them revealed a sinister smile. Zhang Xian made a prompt decision and waved his hand. Another scarlet flame shot up into the sky. This was the signal for all disciples to retreat. Once the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples left and the Imperial Thunder sect disciples were left behind, would they still have a chance to survive? Seeing the scarlet flame flying into the air, the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples were relieved. They all tried their best to break away from the battle and flew towards the restriction of Chicken Crow Mountain. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering sword cry sounded from the north of Chicken Crow Mountain. It was extremely far before, but in an instant, it was right in front of them. Buzz buzz buzz. Clang clang clang. On the battlefield, all the flying swords broke free from the swordsman's hands and flew straight into the air. Countless sword lights flew up, and countless sword cries combined with the huge sword cries. It was actually the posture of 10,000 swords worshipping the ancestor. Ah! Han Bing, Zhang Xian, Cui Hongshan, and the others were all shocked. They looked at the distant horizon in confusion. They saw an extremely gorgeous rainbow streak across the sky. An incomparably huge flying general flashed in the air. At the same time, an unparalleled sword intent enveloped the entire Chicken Crow Mountain. The strength of a nascent soul. No one knew the power of this sword intent better than Xiaohua. Xiaohua shrunk his neck and quietly returned the magic treasure that he had just taken out of the space. He suppressed his magic power to the early stage of foundation establishment and obediently stood there like everyone else. It was a foolish appearance of being controlled by the sword intent. Greetings, Senior Hua Jian. The group of sword cultivators stood in the air and bowed in unison. The flying swords also hummed in unison and trembled slightly, as if they were also paying respect to the huge sword. The giant sword stood in the air and gradually turned into the appearance of an old man. The old man's face was scarlet red, and his gaze was like a sword. With a slight turn of his eyes, he could actually see the entire Chicken Crow Mountain. Xiaohua's body involuntarily felt a chill, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Inside the Buddha fire, the Dream Slayer was also struggling, as if it wanted to compete with the giant sword. "My young master, are you tired of living?" Xiaohua's primordial spirit inside the flying sword sensed the flying sword's unwillingness. He was very anxious and almost wanted to say, "Don't fight now. Just obediently stay here. One day, when this daddy also turns into a sword, I'll bring you out to show off." As if it heard Xiaohua's inner voice, the Dream Slayer obediently fell into the immeasurable karmic fire. It was incomparably cold and sharp, and its sharpness filled the entire Chicken Crow Mountain. It was the sword intent that suddenly appeared when Xiaohua collected the innate mother of gold last night. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. This Chicken Crow Mountain was not only the place where Qiqiao sect refined their flying swords, it was also the place where Huan country's sword cultivators buried their swords. Moreover, looking at the giant flying sword that slowly flew out and the dense Tai azure light on it, Xiao Hua knew that this flying sword had an incredible origin. When the sword transformation old man reached out his hand, the flying sword fell into his hand like a pool of autumn water. A hint of joy flashed in the old man's eyes and he casually waved his hand. A flash of azure light appeared. It was completely silent, and a mountain top of Chicken Crow Mountain was sliced off. Ha ha ha. The Tai azure light sword indeed lives up to its reputation. The sword-wielding old man raised his head and let out a long howl. However, when his divine sense entered the Crow Foul Mountain, he let out a cold snort and pointed his finger. The people of the Crow Foul Mountain actually foiled my plans. Kill them all. After saying that, his entire body transformed into a sword and suddenly flew up, heading towards the north. After the sword transformation old man left, the situation of the entire Chicken Crow Mountain changed drastically. The sword cultivators who were guarding the three sides of Chicken Crow Mountain no longer had any misgivings. They all roared, and the flying swords beneath their feet shone brilliantly. They flew past the empty Chicken Crow Mountain and charged towards Zhang Xian, Han Bing, and the others. Han Bing had originally sent out the signal to return to the mountain. All the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples had retreated from the battle and their formation had already scattered. Under the sword transformation old man's sword intent, no one dared to move recklessly. At this moment, when they heard that he was going to kill them all, their minds were already in a mess. Their gazes or divine sense swept past, and like scattered flies, they flew towards the gaps that the sword cultivators had yet to close. Assemble, assemble. How could Zhang Xian not know that there was no other outcome other than being killed one by one in this chaos? At the same time as he shouted, he sent another signal into the air. Obviously, this signal was not given in advance. When the group of Chicken Crow Mountain disciples saw this, some of them stopped and looked at the signal in the sky in a daze, guessing Zhang Xian's intentions. However, some disciples did not care at all. Their figures did not stop, and they quickly flew past the crowd. Seeing some disciples fly away, the disciples who stopped also followed suit. They activated their magic power and continued to flee. Seeing that the entire scene was so chaotic, with only a small number of core disciples stopping and gathering around him, Zhang Xian sighed. He knew that the situation was hopeless. He called out to the crowd, "Get into formation. We will quickly kill our way out." Seeing the disciples quickly get into formation, Zhang Xian turned to look at Han Bing. He wanted to call the 7 Skills sect disciples to break out of the encirclement together. However, when he turned to look at Han Bing's actions, he was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. Needless to say, Han Bing's actions were faster than his. She had already taken out the flowing cloud flying ship. The remaining 9 7 Skills sect disciples had already boarded the flying ship. Under Han Bing's control, the flowing cloud flying ship had already flown more than 100 feet. It was about to rush to the edge of the encirclement of the sword cultivators. Go! A desolation of monkeys scattering when the tree topple spontaneously arose in Zhang Xian's heart. However, Zhang Xian did not have the time to experience such feelings. He quickly ordered his disciples to get into formation. They took out their magic tools and other items. They formed a triangle and flew in the direction where the number of sword cultivators was thinned out. As for Cui Hongshan and company, they were no different from the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples. When the sword cultivator old man appeared, their faces were pale. The quintessential essence in their bodies could not flow at all. They could barely maintain their flying posture in midair. When the sword cultivator old man flew away, they immediately felt relieved and instinctively flew away from Chicken Crow Mountain. When he saw Cui Hongshan fleeing in panic, Xiao Hua felt disdain. He thought to himself, the disciples of a cultivation aristocratic family are nothing more than this. How can they compare to us itinerant cultivators? However, he could not help but remind them. He berated them, "Don't rush. Get into formation, or you will all die." His voice was extremely loud. It did not contain any magic power, so it did not cause people to think, nor did it cause them to fall from midair. However, it was still heard by everyone. Everyone was stunned. They hastily turned their heads to look back. Fortunately, the Imperial Thunder sect only had 10 disciples. Apart from Xiao Hua, who was still flying slowly and fell several zhang, and Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng, who were rushing in the same direction, the other 6 disciples also broke through the encirclement, but they had scattered. Crisis was indeed the best experience to test one's heart. Cui Hongshan raised his eyes again and looked at the swordsman rushing over like a tide. He let out a long sigh and said, "Disciples, we are the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. Now, even if we are facing death, we must die a worthy death. We cannot lose the face of our Imperial Thunder sect. We must make the sword cultivators of Huan country laugh at us." Chapter 2261. Dui Ling. Get into formation. Cui Hongshan thought even more. With a sweep of his divine perception, he knew that the entire scene was in danger. He hastily stopped Dui Ling's impulsiveness and called for everyone to form a back-to-back formation. He and Dui Qimeng were still at the front. Damn it, this is what this young master wants to say. Xiao Hua was flustered and exasperated. This was the phrase he had just thought of with great difficulty. Just as he shouted it, the rest of the phrase was completely snatched away by Cui Hongshan and Jin Minghui. However, at this moment, who would care about him? They were all filled with sorrow as they circulated all the magic energy in their bodies. All kinds of magic tools and treasures were summoned. Not only did they cover themselves, but they also protected the nearby disciples. Tisk, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and secretly said, "Should I be so impulsive? Should I be so unafraid of death? That old fart has already left. Isn't this Chicken Crow Mountain the world of this young master? As long as the 9 of you don't run around, this young master can protect all of you." Although he thought this, Xiao Hua still clapped his hands. The cloud-suppressing seal that he hadn't summoned earlier flew out of the space. Once this cloud-suppressing seal was summoned, it immediately emitted a buzzing sound. All kinds of pearls condensed and rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It emitted a bronze brilliance and protected the 10 people in one place. Of course, this brilliance was extremely thin. It seemed that as long as a sword cultivator's flying sword pierced it, it would break. "Xiao Hua, don't protect us. You just need to protect yourself." Seeing this, Cui Hongshan was slightly happy. However, seeing that the brilliance of the treasures was thin, he thought that Xiao Hua's magic energy was insufficient. He immediately warned, "Your magic energy is meager. Don't bite off more than you can chew. What do you care? I'm happy to do so." Xiao Hua unceremoniously replied to this disciple from a cultivation family. He simply didn't appreciate it. Take it or leave it. Cui Hongshan knew that he couldn't say a single word to Xiao Hua because there were many words waiting to hit him back. Go. Moreover, Cui Hongshan didn't have the time to continue wasting time with Xiao Hua. The numerous sword cultivators ahead had already approached, and their bright flying swords were either like sowing discord, fine needles, or trickling streams of water as they assaulted Cui Hongshan at the same time. Obviously, they intended to annihilate these disciples of the Imperial Lightning sect. Kachacha, the 4 lightning pearls collided with each other, and several bolts of blue lightning were produced, all of them thrusting towards the incoming flying sword. Dui Qimeng was right next to Cui Hongshan. She was very clear about Cui Hongshan's cultivation and knew that he would not be able to defend against these flying swords. However, just as she took out her lightning bottle and wanted to help Cui Hongshan, several flying swords that were not any weaker than the ones that attacked Cui Hongshan attacked her. Dui Qimeng understood that if she didn't accept the challenge, not only would she die, but Ming Mao, Xiao Hua, and the rest would also be implicated. Feeling helpless, she gritted her teeth and tried her best to activate the lightning bottle. Several lightning webs flew out from the bottle's mouth and flew toward the flying swords. Needless to say, the rest of the people were also being attacked by flying swords, so they had no choice but to use all their strength to face the enemy. Only Xiao Hua was constantly waving his left and right hands, throwing out different yellow talismans one after another. Fireballs, water balls, shackles, and other yellow talismans exploded one after another, blocking the sword cultivator several zhang away. The sword cultivator's flying swords were also blocked by the cloud-suppressing seal's defensive brilliance. Pooh, just as Xiao Hua was thinking about how to escape with the 9 people, a snow-white sword light pierced through the brilliance and pierced into the cloud-suppressing seal's defensive brilliance. Courting death. Xiao Hua secretly said, and used soul stab once again. Ah! That sword cultivator suddenly fell from midair, and his flying sword also disappeared. Huh, that's great. Dui Ling, who was right next to Xiao Hua, saw that the sword cultivator had fallen, and his heart was greatly relieved. At this moment, a flame also rushed into the cloud-suppressing seal's defensive brilliance and attacked in front of Dui Ling. As expected, the sword cultivator who used the flame sword fell from midair again. My goodness, what's going on? Xiao Hua was extremely shocked as he asked, Did their brains grow buds? Who knows? Dui Ling laughed and said, I reckon that the heavens saw that this concubine's beauty was peerless and couldn't bear to let this concubine fall here. That's why this swordsman was killed. Xiao Hua, you can also bask in my glory. Thank you. Xiao Hua curled his lips and replied in a very meaningful manner. In this way, it was very strange. Although Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal appeared to be a transcendent artifact used by early Foundation establishment cultivators, and its brilliance was very thin, it wasn't easy for ordinary flying swords to pierce through. When a flying sword pierced through, the swordsman who used the flying sword would inexplicably fall. After a long time, how could the swordsman not notice? While they were doing their best to kill, they also sent out disciples to search for swordsmen with high cultivation. The 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were flying and fighting at the same time. They had already flown several hundred feet and gradually left the front of Chicken Crow Mountain, arriving at a remote area. Although they were surrounded by hundreds of swordsmen, if Xiao Hua used his divine ability to open a path, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect should be able to escape with their lives. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking of making a move, he heard a loud shout, Fellow Daoist of the Imperial Thunder sect, help me. Xiao Hua and the others scanned the area with their divine senses and saw that the flowing cloud flying ship of Qiqiao sect was flying towards them from the front of Rooster Crow Mountain. Han Bing was the only one on the ship, and behind her were dozens of 4th or 5th grade swordsmen who were on their flying swords, chasing after them aggressively. This bastard deserves to die. Seeing that Han Bing had lured over high-level swordsmen, how could Xiao Hua not know what this bastard was thinking? Dozens of 5th grade swordsmen, that was dozens of Middle Foundation establishment cultivators. Their attack power was comparable to a late Foundation establishment cultivator. How could the 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect deal with them? Presumably, Han Bing had no other way out. Seeing that the Imperial Thunder sect was actually able to steadily escape, he wanted to cause trouble. Although Xiao Hua was not afraid of these dozens of swordsmen, he did not dare to fight with his full strength. He was afraid that the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect would be injured. This would not only cause the Imperial Thunder sect to lose face, it would also cause Xiao Hua to lose face. However, Xiao Hua was only slightly angry. His divine senses landed on the flowing cloud flying ship again. Damn it, the disciples of the 7 Skills sect are really good. They are even more generous than the Imperial Thunder sect. They knew that I needed a flying magic tool, so they gave me the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiao Hua made a new decision in his heart. For the sake of the flowing cloud flying ship, I will also save you. However, Xiao Hua only thought for a moment. The distance between Han Bing and the Imperial Thunder sect was more than several hundred feet. This guy had just led the disciples of the 7 Skills sect to escape in a different direction from the Chicken Crow Mountain and the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, the the flowing cloud flying ship was extremely fast. He almost escaped. Unfortunately, he was too eye-catching. Not only was he in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, but he also had a flying magic tool. The swordsmen from the other three sides of the Chicken Crow Mountain naturally treated him as the first target to kill. Just as he was about to break through the swordsman's defensive line, he was intercepted by several fourth-grade swordsmen. Since he was left behind, the result was needless to say. The 8 disciples of the 7 Skills sect were all killed, and Han Bing was also injured. The most terrible thing was that the 4th and 5th grade swordsmen seemed to have their eyes on the flowing cloud flying ship. They all flew towards Han Bing's direction, hoping to kill this guy. Therefore, if Han Bing wanted to fly over from his side, it would take some time. Just as he was about 10 feet away from the Imperial Thunder sect, 2 sword lights, 1 green and 1 red, caught up with Han Bing from behind like 2 intertwining dragons. They only twisted around his head. Han Bing, who was panicking like a stray dog, no longer had any energy left in his meridians to activate his magic power. Under the attack of these 2 swords, the defensive brilliance only flickered slightly before it was annihilated. His head fell onto the flying ship, and his body also fell down. Only the flying ship continued to fly towards the Imperial Thunder sect disciples due to inertia. Seeing that Han Bing was killed by the green and red swords, many swordsmen who were chasing after them slowed down their flying speed. They knew that the flowing cloud flying ship already had an owner. However, their flying direction did not change. They still rushed towards the 10 Imperial Thunder sect disciples. At this moment, the 100 swordsmen besieging the Imperial Thunder sect also stopped, waiting for the arrival of these high-level swordsmen. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples' faces were ashen. However, Cui Hongshan flew up half a foot, turned back to Dui Chimeng, and said affectionately, "Chimeng, I used to have a dream. I hoped that I could become a famous cultivator in the Xiaoyu continent. That way, I could roar in the 9 heavens and command all the cultivators. For this dream, I left the Cui family and joined the Imperial Thunder sect. My dream in the Imperial Thunder sect is still the same, but in this dream, there is another dream. This dream is to marry you to my Myriad Thunder Valley and use our hands to restore the reputation of the Myriad Thunder Valley. We will no longer be looked down upon and ridiculed by others. However, now, before my dream even began, I am about to wake up. Not only did I fail to marry you into the Myriad Thunder Valley, but I also brought you to my mortal enemy. If it weren't for me, you would still be in Sky Patrol City and would not have fallen so early. Husband." Dui Chimeng flew up and came to Cui Hongshan's side. She reached out and held his hand, smiling sweetly. Although some people dual cultivate, their hearts may not be together. Although you and I did not dual cultivate, our hearts have merged into one. This concubine cannot be your wife in this life, but even if I become a ghost, I will still be your ghost bride. In the next life, I will still dual cultivate with you. Good. Cui Hongshan tightened his hand and said, "Wife. A real man has some things to do and some things not to do. Today is the time for your husband to speak his mind. Your husband has become the leader of the first team, so I must have the awareness of a leader. Even if your husband dies, he must die before them. To be able to be accompanied by my wife before I die, I have no regrets in this life." Then, Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone and warned, "This Cui is untalented and has led all of you to a dead end. Don't blame this Cui. This Cui will now go and block those high-level sword cultivators. If you all escape in the opposite direction, you may still have a chance of survival. In addition, senior brother Minghui, this Cui's unworthy junior brother is in your care." Then, he glanced at the green and red double swords that had already flown in front of him. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he coldly said to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, this Cui knows that you don't like this Cui. To be honest, this Cui is the same as you. However, since this Cui has been entrusted by Master and Master's wife, and you are this Cui's junior brother from the same sect, this Cui will definitely protect you even if it costs my life. Now that this Cui is gone, you should take care of yourself." Sometimes, don't be too willful. With a wave of his 2 claws, several thick thunderbolts struck out, hitting the 2 sword cultivators who were about to fly to the flowing cloud flying ship. These 2 third-grade sword cultivators tried their best to resist the lightning bolts. One of them, who was charred black, barely managed to stand firm in midair, while the other directly fell down. It's only a Dharma body. In the distance, a white-haired swordsman anxiously said, "Quickly surround them. We can kill him with our swords." Hearing this swordsman's reminder, the group of sword cultivators who were shocked by Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and surrounded him from all directions. Xiao Hua's phoenix Dharma body grabbed the flowing cloud flying ship and flew back. At the same time, countless tiny lightning bolts struck out from the tips of its wings, knocking away the flying swords of the cultivators. "Quickly get on the flying ship." Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the soaring dragon shears once again cut through the sky, cutting off several flying swords. He hurriedly commanded the cloud-suppressing seal to protect Zhen Minghui and the others. Zhen Minghui and the others woke up from their daze and flew onto the flowing cloud flying ship. As soon as Zhen Minghui landed on the flowing cloud flying ship, he immediately took off Han Bing's storage bag and took out a jade slip. He hurriedly immersed his divine sense in it, looking for the method to control the flowing cloud flying ship. "Cui Hongshan, are you still not going?" Xiao Hua glared at Cui Hongshan, who was still standing in midair. "Why should I go?" Cui Hongshan said coldly, "You hid your cultivation. Are you trying to embarrass me at this time? You just want to see me make a fool of myself? TCH, who has the patience to see you make a fool of yourself?" Xiao Hua retorted sarcastically, "Every time you steal my words, I don't even have time to say them. I would rather die than receive your favor." Cui Hongshan said stubbornly. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Hua also laughed loudly. "If not for eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister-in-law's warnings, if not for you being my myriad Thunder Valley's disciple, I wouldn't care about your life or death. It's just that, isn't it too late for you to think of not receiving my favor? You." Cui Hongshan suddenly thought of how the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' opponents inexplicably fell from midair one after another. Needless to say, that was definitely Xiao Hua's method. "Ha ha ha, isn't it too late?" Xiao Hua was incomparably comfortable at this time. He covered Cui Hongshan with his sleeve, and Cui Hongshan had no strength to resist at all and was immediately restrained by the universe in the sleeve. "You go up." Xiao Hua originally wanted to throw Cui Hongshan into Dui Chimeng's arms, but on second thought, he waved his sleeve and threw Cui Hongshan onto the flowing cloud flying ship. "Many thanks, junior brother Xiao." Dui Chimeng laughed as she escaped from death. She then followed Cui Hongshan onto the flying ship. "Go." Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal shone brightly and flew onto the flowing cloud flying ship, protecting it tightly. "Which one of you doesn't want to live, want to fight with me?" Xiao Hua saw that the matter was settled and waved his hand. The soaring dragon shears floated in midair, and the huge phoenix avatar was also malevolent. He turned his head and roared towards the dozens of fifth-grade swordsmen. The group of sword cultivators saw Xiao Hua's arrogance and unconsciously became sluggish. "I'm here to kill you." A sturdy man who was more than 10 feet tall like an iron tower flew over from nearby with a long staff-like flying sword in his hand. "Humph, a mere 5th-grade swordsman actually dares to challenge me." Xiao Hua snorted coldly. With a wave of his arm, the huge phoenix avatar swooped down from the sky. Insignificant skill. The sturdy man brandished his long sword. The long sword spun like a windmill, and a hurricane was also born from the long sword. It was exactly the same as the hurricane of the Phoenix Avatar. "Fight!" Xiao Hua sneered and lightly reprimanded. The sharp claws of the Phoenix Avatar swung down from the sky, and a thick bolt of lightning was born from the claws and directly hit the sturdy man. Pooh, the sturdy man was not nervous at all. He opened his mouth, and a blue pellet flew out. It grew with the wind, and in a moment, it actually became the size of a fist. That bolt of lightning was precisely hit by this object. Zilala, the huge bolt of lightning actually lingered around the bead, and then it was slowly absorbed by the bead. Thunder-trapping bead? Damn it, this guy actually has my thunder-controlling sex artifact. Xiao Hua was furious. This was originally an attack to show off his might, but it was actually broken by this guy. How could he not be angry? Kill. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He urged his magic power, and the soaring dragon shears flashed again. This time, the golden light was even brighter. It was almost like a golden dragon flying towards the sturdy man. The sturdy man sneered and waved his hand. Ignoring Xiao Hua's phoenix avatar, he actually held the long sword in his hand and slashed horizontally at the soaring dragon shears. With a soft sound, the thick long sword and the golden light brushed past each other. The golden light not only cut through the long sword, but also cut through the sturdy man's body. The sturdy man looked at his long sword that was cut into two pieces in disbelief. His expression was very gloomy. Obviously, his primordial spirit was seriously injured. But then, the sturdy man unconsciously lowered his head to look at his waist. He saw that there, a line of red gradually flowed out, and in a moment, it was like a waterfall of blood. Then, the sturdy man's lower body fell off, and the sturdy man himself also fell in midair. Humph, if you die, then you die. Things can't be wasted. Xiao Hua's voice sounded again. The two pieces of the long sword and the sturdy man's storage bag were in his hand. Hiss. The group of swordsmen sucked in a breath of cold air, and their figures retreated again. At this time, the disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain had basically been wiped out. Many sword cultivators had died, and the remaining ones had all gathered. There were actually nearly several hundred of them. I'll fight you. Without waiting for Xiao Hua's challenge, an old man with a 6th-stage drawing sword flew out and said coldly, "You're only at the early stage of foundation establishment, relying on your bloodline avatar." Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly and pointed his hand. Transform into a sword. I'm the one in charge here. You're just a drawing sword swordsman. You're just throwing away your life. Go. Xiao Hua did not say much. The phoenix avatar soared into the air, and the soaring dragon shears similarly slashed through the air, attacking the old man at the same time. Attack! The old man waved his hand, and a green light flew out. Sharp sword chi immediately filled the area within several dozen feet, like the cool moonlight in autumn. Tai green light? Xiao Hua came to a realization and immediately understood why the old man was not afraid of the soaring dragon shears. This old man will receive your phoenix avatar. Xiao Hua's phoenix avatar had just flown up when a swordsman with an extremely similar appearance to the old man also flew out. With a wave of his hand, a green sword light also flew out. Twin swordsman. Wooden sword. Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbfounded. Rumble. Sure enough, the phoenix avatar's lightning was blocked by the wooden sword and could not achieve anything. And the soaring dragon shears and the flying sword tempered by Tai green light were both undamaged when they collided. They're really going too far. Xiao Hua was speechless. 2 6th-stage swordsmen against him, how shameless. Ah! Just as the old man activated his sword origin and was about to use another divine ability, the surrounding sword cultivators cried out in alarm. The old man was slightly stunned, but then the golden light in front of him shone brightly. The soaring dragon scissors streaked across the golden light in midair, strangely splitting the old man in half. Xiao Hua used the soaring dragon scissors as the main force and the dragon silver gilt as the support. True and false, true and false, true and false, he killed 2 6th-stage sword cultivators in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, who's a match for a sword cultivator? Who still dares to come and throw away their lives? Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He put away his storage pouch and green flying sword and roared loudly. Ignore him. A dignified voice rang out, "This cultivator is stalling for time, letting us fight him one by one, so that the cultivators on the flying boat can escape. We don't need to care about him fighting alone. Listen to my command, split into 2 groups and attack as a whole. One group attacks the cultivators on the flying boat, the other group attacks this guy." Damn it, there's finally someone who understands. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He spread his phoenix Dharma body's wings and blocked the swordsman 300 feet away. He also consumed his magic power to kill and establish his might. Just as the swordsman said, he wanted to protect the people on the flowing cloud flying boat. What he was most afraid of now was these swordsmen forming a formation and attacking. Of course, Xiao Hua wasn't afraid of himself, but he was afraid of hurting the people on the flying boat. Moreover, until now, he still hadn't completely revealed his strength. He didn't want to completely reveal it so early. Following the swordsman's command, hundreds of swordsmen began to form a formation several hundred feet away. Xiao Hua's divine sense locked onto the swordsman, but he knew that even if he killed the swordsman now, it would be useless. It was better to think about how to escape. Rise! Xiao Hua angrily roared, and the phoenix Dharma body once again flew over. Its 300-meter-long wings spread open, and its 2 sharp claws immediately grabbed the bow of the flowing cloud flying ship. The 30-meter-long flying magic tool was like a small wooden boat. Go! Xiao Hua's figure flew, and he used the hibernating thunder escape. He rushed towards a group of about 20 people who had just formed a formation not far away. The soaring dragon scissors turned into a golden light and rushed in front of Xiao Hua's head. The phoenix Dharma body's wings flapped, and waves of wind and thunder rang out incessantly. Lightning flashed in all directions, and its 2 claws tightly grabbed the flowing cloud flying boat. It followed Xiao Hua's body and rushed forward. Quick! The group of sword cultivators didn't expect Xiao Hua to rush towards them instead of a gap. They immediately formed sword seals and urged their flying swords to attack Xiao Hua. Go! Xiao Hua's face revealed a ruthless expression. He urged the soaring dragon scissors to cut through the sky, sweeping straight towards the group of sword cultivators in front of him. At the same time, he urged the suppressing cloud seal to fly in front of him to block the incoming flying swords. Ah! 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 The group of sword cultivators miscalculated again. They didn't expect Xiao Hua to not use the soaring dragon scissors to block their flying swords, but to pass through the gap between the flying swords and directly kill them. When they understood, how could they be faster than the soaring dragon scissors? Several miserable screams rang out, and several sword cultivators in the middle were cut in 2 by the soaring dragon scissors. Moreover, the soaring dragon scissors merely drew an arc in the air, and actually chopped up again from below. Several more sword cultivators were caught off guard and were cut in 2. Looking at the flying swords attacking Xiao Hua again, they had already been blocked by the suppressing cloud seal. Following the fall of many sword cultivators, several flying swords were taken away by Xiao Hua. Run! Seeing such a cruel and merciless killing god, the remaining sword cultivators opposite Xiao Hua only had this word in their minds. Ga! The phoenix Dharma body let out a long cry, and like a shooting star, it grabbed the flowing cloud flying boat and followed Xiao Hua out of the gap between these fleeing sword cultivators. Quick, block them! Following that dignified voice, another group of 30 sword cultivators flew over in front of Xiao Hua, barely maintaining their formation. Ha ha ha! Kill! Xiao Hua had already grasped the method to kill sword cultivators. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent out the soaring dragon shears. Just like before, where the 2 golden lights passed, another dozen or so lives perished. Xiao Hua also collected another dozen or so flying swords. Damn it, what a pity, there aren't many storage pouches. Xiao Hua was still a bit far from the sword cultivators. Although he collected a few, even more still fell. When Xiao Hua rushed out of this group of sword cultivators, his eyes suddenly opened up. There were no more groups of sword cultivators blocking his way. Only a dozen or so sword cultivators saw him appear and immediately flocked back, fearing that Xiao Hua's soaring dragon scissors would fly towards them. Chase! The voice that Xiao Hua loathed sounded again. Xiao Hua coldly turned his head, and saw a middle-aged swordsman with a square face and red sword armor commanding two groups of swordsmen to chase after him. Without hesitation, Xiao Hua turned back, and the soaring dragon scissors in his hand flickered with a dazzling brilliance, and pounced towards that swordsman. Ah! The middle-aged swordsman didn't expect that Xiao Hua would actually turn back. While he was shocked, he hastily flew behind a group of swordsmen to hide. That group of swordsmen was also frightened by Xiao Hua. Seeing the golden light fly over, they immediately fled, throwing whatever formation and such to the back of their minds. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His figure sank into the air, and he waved his hands. The dozen or so storage pouches that fell into his hands. Shortly after, he turned around again, urging the Phoenix Dharma body that stopped in midair to fly into the distance once more. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua's unbridled laughter reverberated in the air. The group of sword cultivators actually numbered in the hundreds, but no one dared to chase after him. They didn't even dare to say a single word. It was as if they were afraid that Xiao Hua would turn back again. Silence. Only the sound of the whistling wind was still there. After a long while, an unknown sword cultivator mumbled in a low voice, "This guy doesn't seem to be a disciple of Chicken Cry Mountain. Looking at that lightning cultivator's spell, he should be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. We can't be considered to have disobeyed Senior Hua Jian's orders." These words were like a spring breeze, blowing all the frozen sword cultivators back to life. Their faces were filled with ready-made vitality. That's right. This guy's cultivation is really too high. Didn't you hear what he said? He's invincible under Hua Jian. We're only at the unsheathed sword realm. How can we resist? Yes, the Imperial Thunder sect can't be compared to Chicken Cry Mountain. They're a famous sect, and they actually send out a disciple comparable to the illusory sword realm in the first stage. It's really not something we can imagine. Forget it. The middle-aged sword cultivator dressed in scarlet sword attire also appeared at this time. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly go clean up the mess. Kill all the survivors of Chicken Crow Mountain. Take away all of Chicken Cry Mountain's treasures as well. The Imperial Thunder sect's disciple has left, but it won't be long before the Dao sect's disciple comes. We can't make another mistake." Yes. The group of sword cultivators didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly took action, either destroying the corpses and destroying the evidence, or plundering the spirit stones. They had already made arrangements beforehand, and everything was done in an orderly manner. Not to mention the fact that the sword cultivators had successfully plotted against Chicken Cry Mountain, just the fact that Xiao Hua had driven the Phoenix Dharma body and brought the flowing cloud flying ship to fly dozens of miles away in one go was enough. Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense didn't leave Chicken Cry Mountain at all. Seeing that the sword cultivators didn't chase after them, his heart also relaxed.